Okay, the Committee of Finance will come to order. We have a new agenda. So the 155 agenda, first up is Senate Bill 398 ST1 HD1 relating to child welfare. First up is Department of Human Services.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, committee members. Joseph Campos, Deputy Director, Department of Human Services, here on behalf of Director Betts. The Department of Human Services stands on its written testimony in support of this measure, and we appreciate the committee hearing this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Is there anyone else wishing to testify on this measure? Please come forward.
Aloha, Chair, Vice Chair, and the committee. Angela Melody Young testifying in strong support on behalf of CARES. DHS implements the Adoption Assistance Program, and the purpose of this act is to request the department to determine the impact of expanding post-permanency support to families receiving benefits from the Adoption Assistance Program. And if there are any parents here, you know how important this conversation is to find a good foster parent who cares about the big things like social emotional development, mental health of their child, and also the little things like finding a parent who's not going to leave their child at home, how important it is to take your baby wherever you go, how important it is to take children with you anywhere, especially children under 18. So this is really good to get support for the Adoption Assistance Program. And last season here at the Capitol, HB 1932 created a CWS app. The growing number of children in foster care they found was hard to manage. And the act required Child Welfare Services to establish a pilot program to develop modern technology to assist with the concerns at the department. So we are in support. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else wishing to testify? All right, seeing none, members, questions? All right, seeing none, we're going to move on to the next bill, Senate Bill 941 ST2 HD1 relating to the School Facilities Authority. First up is the Ryan Kawalani Ozawa. Not here. Okay. Next we have Executive Office of Early Learning.
Aloha, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Jordana Ferrer on behalf of the Executive Office on the Early Learning. We stand on our written testimony in support of this bill and defer to the School Facilities Authority. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next is School Facilities Authority.
Hello, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Scott Fuji on behalf of our Executive Director, Chad Keone Farias, for the School Facilities Authority. We stand on our written testimony in strong support of this measure and appreciate the Chair's consideration of hearing this measure. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next is HSTA. Not here. Okay. Is there anyone else wishing to testify on this matter? Please come forward.
Angela Melody Young testifying on behalf of CARES in strong support. The School Facilities Authority is responsible for public school development, planning, and construction related to capital improvement projects assigned by the legislature or the board or the executive branch. And so the School Facilities Authority currently does not have statutory power to authorize after developing, planning, or designing projects. And that was something the Deputy AG commented on in one of the testimonies. The SFA has no express power or authority under current law to administer teaching housing programs. Thus, once the development, planning, and construction happens, the administering of the program, which involves renting and administrative duties, is handled by a separate entity. For the legislation for the Maui Housing Pilot Project, that is going to be through Hawaii Public Housing Authority to administer the pilot program. And we're just providing comments that it is not clarified that SFA does not have the capacity to operate as the entity to lease and develop the land and then administer the pilot program. So if it can carry out this operation, then The amendment, the statutory language necessary is to authorize the SFA to administer the pilot program. So thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Okay, thank you very much. Anyone else, please come forward.
Aloha Chair Yamashita and Vice Chair Kitagawa and members of the Finance Committee. My name is Louis Caldera. As a constituent, I'm having this testimony as a constituent in my own capacity. The teacher housing crisis would be an incentive to combat the workforce barriers and reduce the shortage of teachers throughout the state of Hawaii. We need affordable housing for our teachers to address this ongoing crisis. This bill will assist our passionate Nanakuli High School teachers with their commute and assist them with being financially stable considering the current wage is way below the AMI. The struggle is real for everyone, but we need to focus on our next generation and malama our teachers. They hold the key. Mahalo again for letting me testify. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else wishing to testify, please come forward.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Nui Sebastian with HGEA. We stand on our written testimony in support of this measure. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone else? Okay, members, questions? Okay, Representative Kobayashi.
Just a comment. I think in this and many other bills, there should be additional language to specify that other locations as may be selected by the agency could be added. Simply because in many situations, a particular project might not be possible just for all kinds of silly reasons, like endangered species in one instance that I know of, a lava tube in another instance that I know of, the construction of a sewer line in another instance that I know of. So if there is opportunity to have other locations, then money would not be wasted. The second thing about this is that it requires that the housing be within a 2-mile radius, which doesn't make sense, particularly for Oahu schools. And all of these schools that are listed are Oahu schools. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Any further?
Chair, if I
Chair
could
Ward.
follow that up with the School Facilities Authority. Is someone here from the authority? Let's assume that this bill passes. What will you do with it? Have you got a game plan?
Thank you for the question, Representative. So we have been in some preliminary talks with the principals for those 3 locations and looking at potentially using areas on their campuses for that. So we've had initial discussions with that. We are also working with the communities in those areas to kind of see what types of housing might be best for those communities as far as addressing the teacher and educator workforce shortages.
So it sounds still pretty tentative then.
I mean, we don't have internal capacity or funding to kind of do an extensive plan design process, but that would be part of the bill and the
How much
appropriation.
money should be inserted here?
I believe the prior appropriation when it came over was $185 million for the 3 sites.
Can you get up and running with 185 million and get housing within 2 or 3 years?
We'll have to engage in the plan design process, but we do believe that that's a price point that we can kind of work through a project on.
Okay, wish you well. It's not an easy nut to crack, but it's very, very necessary. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions? Okay, thank you very much. We're going to move on to the next bill, Senate Bill 1044 SD2 HD2 relating to mental health. We don't have anybody signed up for, please come forward.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Apologize for not having our testimony in on time. Ken Kakusako on behalf of Kitaashi, Department of Education. Department stands, not stands on this, but we are in support of this measure. We are just asking that $974,918 and 14 behavioral health specialists be included in this measure. Ready for any questions you might have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Please come forward.
Aloha again. My name is Louis Caldera, and I wanted to just share a testimony real quick regarding SB 1044. With the ever-changing dynamics regarding mental health, I support the intent and the appropriation of funds towards providing licensed behavioral health specialists in the state's rural public areas such as Waianae Coast and Waimanalo. Like free and reduced lunches and other resources that are offered through schools, we have to remember that our students are most likely going to get access to these resources through our schools and not outside on the streets. Making these resources available to the kids through a source that they can go to is a step forward towards creating our other programs in the future that is meant to benefit these students and their surrounding communities while creating a place to help them address their mental health needs. Please support me in creating a space for our keiki to evolve and grow and not end up on the beach homeless. Mental illness is a leading factor for those struggling with homelessness. Mahalo again.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else to testify? Please come forward.
Angela Melody Young testifying on behalf of CARES in strong support. So, mental health at public schools is a concern. And a lot of times parents, teachers, staff, and program coordinators put an overemphasis on academics instead of addressing students' need for nurture, care, social development, support, and mental health awareness. Social stressors are inevitable. Bullying, ostracizing, domestic abuse, these are the sources of trauma for students, and it is critical to recognize students are not capable of processing and healing on their own. It is an educator's duty to help students with this and to communicate to teachers, principals, and policy legislators if there's a gap to be addressed. In many instances, it is not an opportunity gap, creating a disparity in access to quality education and resources that causes students to be unsuccessful. In many instances, students are unsuccessful because they do not have access to adequate mental, social, and emotional support outside of the classroom. So in this subject matter of mental health, trauma-informed care, the thing to be implemented at schools, and it's something that you'll hear in education sectors, is social emotional learning, SEL. And these are effective strategies taught based upon credible research, and it includes mandatory training for staff and teachers to identify trauma and to also practice trauma-informed care. So appropriating funds and getting more resources for the mental health in our public schools is very necessary. And it will help students to be more productive. It'll help them to process whatever their trauma is. And also, it will help students not to start fights at school and to behave, and it'll provide social and emotional support for the students. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else to testify? Okay, members, questions? Okay, seeing none. Members, we're gonna recess this agenda, and we're going to move on to the next agenda. We're going to vote on this at the end of the next agenda. All right? Okay. Okay, we can gavel out, gavel in, out, back in. Okay, we're moving up is Senate Bill 833 SD2 HD1 relating to the Waianae irrigation system. First,
Waianae?
I mean Waiwa, sorry. I was moving it, but I guess
Move location.
yeah, that was in the decision making. I was going to change no. Okay, first up is DLNR.
Aloha Chair, Vice Chair, and committee members. Laura Ka'akua for DLNR. The department stands on our testimony offering comments. We do not have any amendments to propose before this committee, but do want to thank the prior committees for including DLNR's proposed amendments. And we have both Cardi Chang from our engineering division and Ian Hirokawa from our land division, should there be any questions. Mahalo.
Okay, thank you very much. Next up is ADC.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair. I'm Jermaine Akatani for Agribusiness Corporation. Agribusiness stands in strong support of SB 833. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next up is Department of Agriculture.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, committee members. Morris Ata with Department of Agriculture. The department will stand on its written testimony in support of this measure with clarifying comments about the limited role of DOA in it, inquiring the dam and the spillway portions and mitigating and repairing those assets. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next is Hawaii Farm Bureau.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Brian Miyamoto here on behalf of the Hawaii Farm Bureau. You have our written testimony in support. If you can just highlight a few things. We've come before this body talking about the importance of water. No water, no agriculture, no food. This is a critical water system. It has a lot of public good. From the Farm Bureau, obviously irrigation serves about 50 farmers. Drought mitigation, flood control, wildlife habitat, even helping potentially with wildfires, providing water for wildfires. But there's potential for wastewater treatment and also hydroelectricity. We can't afford to lose this water system. We're trying to increase ag production. By taking away our critical water system, we could actually be moving the needle the other way, importing more of our food. $20 million is a heavy price tag. We don't know of any farmer that can buy that or any ag organization. So maybe somebody does buy it. We don't know what they're going to charge for irrigation water. We don't know if even know if they're going to provide it to farmers. It's important that we repair the spillway. Public safety is first and foremost. We come from the agriculture perspective, but public safety is first and foremost. So we're urging the committee to support this measure, to support farmers and ranchers who are dependent on this critical water system. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Okay, thank you. Ulupono.
Good afternoon, Chair Yamashita, Vice Chair Kitagawa, members of the committee. Micah Munikata here on behalf of the Ulupono Initiative. We'll stand on our testimony in strong support of this measure. Chair, just to take it from a different perspective, irrigation and irrigation systems serve our climate change adaptation goals here within the state. You know, from storm events to drought to fires, I mean, we're seeing firsthand what climate change can do to our state. Irrigation plays a great role at helping to address a lot of our climate change adaptation goals. They can help to impact decreased rainfall, increasing frequency of drought, increasing temperatures by helping to capture rainfall during storm events. I mean, it goes without saying that agriculture would be benefited by having these systems in play. But just thinking it from a little bit different perspective, as we look to make headway on a lot of our climate change goals, irrigation is just that. Thank you very much, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Dole Food Company.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair and Committee. I'm Daniel Nellis. I'm the General Manager of Dole Hawaii, and we are in strong support of this bill. I just would like to draw a little bit of attention to some of our submitted testimony. In particular, I just want to focus on the fact that this system that Dole is trying to gift to the state of Hawaii in exchange for a set amount of water in the future. This system already serves a big public service. It provides water to 50 farms besides the Dole farm. There's approximately over 750 farm workers involved in that. It also receives the effluent from Wahiawa wastewater treatment. It also provides a flood control for the lower portion of Kaukonahua River, which is Otaki Camp and Waialua. And so finally, it has the opportunity, if the state owns it, to also develop possibly hydroelectricity. And so I want to urge everybody to think about the public purpose that it serves now, and recognize that our company cannot afford to stay in business if we had to upgrade this reservoir spillway to the limit that it has to be upgraded. And yet the state could also access federal money. And you'll see that there is in the submission several pages outlining the federal money that's available from the bipartisan infrastructure law. Over $8.3 billion is set out for that, and only $3 billion has been used so far in the western states, and Hawaii is one of the western states that is in position to access that. Also, this water serves the IAL lands. Almost all of central and north Oahu farmland is in IAL, and so it's in line with taking care of the state's desire to protect agricultural land. But that IAL land will no longer be important ag land if it doesn't have a steady water source. And so finally, I'd just like to say that if you look at the submission that we had for a economic study done by the Department of Agriculture back in 2008, and yes, the numbers are a little bit dated, but in fact they would be higher today. But in the end of the year 2007, the system and the farms that are served by the system generated $28 million to the state GDP. Obviously, that number would be inflated now. At that time, they talked about 569 farm jobs. At this point, we're well over 700 farm jobs. The statewide economy household earnings in 2007 was 28.7 million, and it affected 980 full-time and part-time workers. Even on the outer islands, this system, according to the Department of Agriculture economists and the indirect job effect, 25 jobs in Hawaii County, 9 jobs in Kauai County, 19 jobs in Maui County, $2.8 million of goods and services in Hawaii County, $1 million in Kauai, $2.2 million in Maui County. All of those numbers would be inflated today, but the point I'm making is that this system is widespread effect on the state agriculture economy. And Brian's passionate comment about no water, no ag, no food is very accurate, and this is a very good example. And the state being able to access federal funds that a private owner cannot access, in effect, is getting a very good bargain if they want to move forward with this and protect agriculture. So thank you very much.
Okay, thank
I'm
you.
available for questions.
Thank
Thanks.
you. Okay, next is Raquel Chiu, individual on Zoom.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, please proceed. Please proceed.
Okay, sorry, thank you. I did submit written testimony and I'll stand by that as well. I just wanted to really stress the importance of, I am in full support of 833. However, I wanted to just stress the importance of, yes, for our agriculture, it's critical, but there's also a safety issue that the lower lying communities rely on this monitoring and maintenance of this dam. And what comes to my mind is Koloko Dam. I think we've forgotten a little bit about that and the impacts of not being properly maintained and monitored. So I would highly encourage and really appreciate your deep consideration in ensuring the continued maintenance of this area. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else wishing to testify on this measure? Okay, seeing none, members' questions, Representative Ward.
Thank you, Chair. DLNR, please. On page 2, or is it page 1, it says $20 million. What is the acreage that would come at a price like that?
Well, the $20 million is what was provided as the estimate for the repair of and upgrade of the dam and spillways. So that doesn't, I'm not sure what the actual acreage that infrastructure occupies, but that's.
Page 3 and 4 has maybe a dozen tax map keys that comprise the parcel.
So to clarify, the state is not necessarily paying Dole for the lands. The Dole is, okay, so this transaction comprises parcels that are either owned by Dole or Wahiawa Water Company, which is, I believe, a subsidiary of them, and parcels under lease by Dole from Sustainable Hawaii. So as far as the parcels that Dole owns, they would essentially convey those to the state at gratis. The 20 million is to DOA to conduct the dam safety, the needed dam safety repairs and upgrades to the dam and the spillway.
So you fix the spillway, you get the land free.
I'm sorry?
If you fix it, if you fix the dam, you get the land free. All these 15 or so tax map keys.
The ones that DLNR is acquiring, we're not fixing the dam, that's DOA, but the parcels that are listed for DLNR to acquire, yes, they would be conveyed at gratis. I'm not sure how I think the Sustainable Hawaii ones would be
Okay,
purchased.
maybe I'm asking the wrong department. I want to know how many, there's 15 tax map keys.
Mhm.
How much land does that represent? I can't add them up. I'm wondering if any of the departments.
Oh,
does
I'm sorry,
Department of
I'm not sure
Agriculture
the acreage, I'm sorry, I don't know the actual total acreage.
So what do we get for $20 million, assuming that that's the price?
We would be getting, for us, we would get essentially the Lake Wilson Reservoir and some fast lands. ADC would ultimately have the dam spillway and the irrigation system, the ditch system. That's what the state would
Oh, so
acquire.
I should ask the ADC then.
Yeah, I need you to come up to the mic, please.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you.
What DLNR would acquire is about 200 acres, approximately.
Yeah, Representative, I think that what we're doing right now is, in the Department of Agriculture is doing an assessment of all the lands and clarify what the values are and where they are for the Dole lands as well as Sustainable Hawaii. So that's where we are as far as knowing the assessment. So
My
we know
question
what
was
the
just
value
on
is.
page 3, it lists all the tax map keys that will be offered in free, will be given free simple. And I want to know, are they small, are they big?
Yeah, that's
What?
correct. I don't have the actual acreages, but what we're doing is we're trying to find the value so we can compare that, what we're getting. And that's what's being done right now by the Department of Agriculture.
So what would the 20 million do again?
The 20 million
Yeah.
is,
That's the purchase price or the repair
potentially,
price?
that's the value of the land that's being donated to the state of Hawaii.
You get it donated for $20 million. I like that.
Well, as you pointed out, we give you the land and put 20 million and you fix the reservoir.
Okay,
That's what it
now
comes
that
down
makes
to.
sense. Okay,
Yeah.
good. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, any further questions? Okay, seeing none, we're gonna move on to the next bill. Senate Bill 1136 SD1 HD1 relating to state parks. First up is Office of Planning and Sustainable Development. Not here, okay. Oh, here. Oh, here we go.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Lauren Primiano here on behalf of the Office of Planning and Sustainable Development. We stand on our written testimony offering comments on this measure, and in summary, we do believe that the proposal offered by DLNR was a feasible approach. So we thank you for your consideration.
Okay, thank you. Next to DLNR.
Aloha, Laura Kakwa for DLNR. The department stands on our testimony providing comments. We fully appreciate the intent to improve the parking at the state park and are already actually working towards that. And so we just want to focus our limited resources into making these improvements so that we can have very predictable parking experience, especially for our local visitors, and so that we can make sure that our local residents always have parking there. Kirk Cottrell is here with me if you have any further questions. Mahalo.
Okay, thank you. Next is Maui Tomorrow Foundation, Inc. on Zoom.
Aloha, Chair Yamashita, Albert Perez, on behalf of Maui Tomorrow. We strongly support this measure, and we thank you for having the hearing today. I'm just going to summarize and add a little bit. It's distressing to hear that state parks and DLNR are still opposing this when the new bill has been modified. They're not even being asked to do the study. It doesn't interfere with what they're proposing as parking, but this park was created as a successful effort by citizens to convince the legislature to acquire the land, and it's now one of the most popular beach parks. The waters are still some of the cleanest in the state. Endangered turtles are known to nest there. It exists because citizens banded together to make it a reality, but they have trouble visiting it, and when they do, it's crowded. But it's about much more than parking. So it's disappointing to hear this being reduced to a parking issue. State Parks is trying to expand the parking at the park to accommodate whatever demand comes in by paving new areas, but they don't know the capacity of the resources and the effects on the character of the park and the park experience to absorb more. They don't know if the ability of this park has already been to absorb these impacts has already been exceeded. So if this type of a study is not conducted, the park will be at risk of losing its sense of place. OPSD, in their former incarnation as the Office of Planning, they have conducted carrying capacities in the past, studies in the past. They would be well equipped to do one for McKenna State Park. The state has already taken action to manage overuse at Ha'ena State Park and Waianapa Napa, and McKenna State Park deserves the same consideration. Carrying capacity study for this park will be a good first step, objective step to determine how much parking is needed there. So we urge you to support this bill. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Next up is Summer Star, individual in support on Zoom. Not present. Okay, is there anyone else wishing to testify on this measure? Please come forward.
Angela Melody Young, testifying on behalf of CARES in strong support. Hawaii has got about 7 million visitors each year, and in the last 20 years, tourism has increased, and more than 80% of Hawaii's visitors more than 80% of Hawaii's visitors do recreation activities in the state's coastal and marine areas, with the majority of these individuals participating in snorkeling or diving. And other coastal recreation activities such as ocean kayaking, swimming, sunbathing, beach walking, and surfing are some of the other activities that people participate in. So beaches and reefs are critical resources for the local residents. And in a study called the Recreation Carrying Capacity and Management at the North Shore Marine Conservation District, the Hawaii Division of Aquatic Resources and Department of Land and Natural Resources worked with Oregon State University to assess 3 sites: Waimea Bay, Three Tables, and Sharks Cove. Demographics and activities differed amongst the 3 sites, and the results were that education and raising awareness are effective strategies to address damage to the reefs. And restricting the number of people allowed in the area was also a good management strategy. There were other observations such as a lack of available parking, the presence of lifeguards, and availability and condition of the facilities that could be improved with management attention. But at each site, people were just very happy about the cleanliness of the water. So to make sure that our marine ecosystems are responsibly managed and that people do not exploit marine resources, it is vital to implement management strategies after conducting carrying capacity studies. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Okay, thank you. Anyone to testify? Casey? You have one more on Zoom? Okay, please proceed.
Aloha, Chair Yamashita, Vice Chair Kitagawa, and honorable committee members. I'm Maui County Council member Kiani Rollins Fernandez, in strong support of this measure to conduct a carrying capacity study at McKenna State Beach Park. As a council member, I know very well what it takes to have to staff that area as its county ocean safety officers that are protecting the lives and safety of those at the beach. So in addition to the impact of the resources there, it's also about the carrying capacity of the lifeguards. So how many people they're able to watch at one time. And it's often been a battle about the funding of these ocean safety officers. So mahalo for this opportunity to testify in support of this measure.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else wishing to testify? Okay, seeing none. Questions, members? Senator Portboy.
For DLNR, in Water and Land, we changed the entity largely in part to DLNR's opposition. Why is DLNR still opposed, considering they're not the ones carrying out the study?
Thank you, Representative, for the question. I was hoping that would be asked. Just to clarify, our official position is we're no longer in opposition to this measure. We submitted just merely comments, and we appreciated the amendments that were made in the prior committee to allow us to continue focusing our department's efforts on immediate improvements. And if the study goes along with Office of Planning, it can work along parallel tracks, is my understanding. And so, yeah, we are not in opposition. We just wanted to make sure that this committee and the community knows that we're not necessarily, we don't have to, we can continue to make improvements right now, and as well as with the findings from the study should it proceed.
Kurt Cottrell, Administrator, Division of State Parks. I would just like to add some clarifying comments. We are currently already in action, and rather than doing a study, Diamond Parking is our parking vendor that has the concession contract. They're already doing an analysis of the lot and the turnover of the cars so that we can prepare it for an advanced reservation system when we rebid the contract. And I think the confusion, and as Mr. Perez said, we already know we have high water quality. And so if you're doing, like Hanama Bay just did a carrying capacity study, but it was primarily directed toward looking at the impacts of people interacting with the reef system. McKenna's a really big beach. We don't have rubbish problems. We're restoring the wetland and the dune ecosystem. I think what people are seeing are the crowds of cars and interpreting that as we need to figure out how many people should be there. But you don't need to study it on a carrying capacity model. We can just simply look at it from a supply and demand model, and it's free of charge to the state, our parking vendors doing the analysis. We welcome the support of Office of Planning.
My question was answered. Thank you.
Okay.
I have another question. That's why. So for managing parking, do you believe that understanding the ecology, the ecosystems, the resources in the area would help to inform the management of parking in the future?
We've never done it thus far. We didn't do it at Ha'ena. We didn't do it at Waianapanapa. We didn't do it for Diamond Head, and we're not doing it for Iao. Again, we already know we have good resources. The beauty of what we did at Ha'ena is we ratcheted down considerably the human use. And of course, during the pandemic, with nobody, the fisheries responded. So I think I don't see a huge impact nor the need to study the resources at these beach parks. We have about 13 statewide,
Okay.
and the county has like 78, yeah.
Okay, thank you. I think the point is that it's not just about parking. You know, parking is one aspect of understanding the environment and what the environment can handle and provide
No,
for people.
understood.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Representative Kahlo.
Quick question for Kurt, a follow-up, sorry.
No, that's fine.
Is there a number that you know of how much you've made on the reservations so far?
There is. I don't have it in my back pocket, but I can get it for you.
Or is there an estimated range just for committee?
Well, you guys have, both the House and Senate have agreed, thank you for that, to raise our spending ceiling from 12 to 20 million. The bulk of that revenue is from parking and entry contracts at 10 parks statewide. And if I could add, the council person was correct. The lifeguards are provided by the county. We pay $1.5 million a year to the county, and the revenue from McKenna helps to pay for the desperately needed ocean safety officers there. So the revenue is being reinvested for safety as well.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Any further?
Just a clarification, Dylan, are there restrooms there?
No, we are trying. We've been engaged with the community for several years. Roz Baker, before she left, got us a CIP. We were going to put in a comfort station in IWS. The community opposed that, partly for the environmental reasons that have been brought up. So we pivoted to a vault system, and that right now is still being kind of challenged by some community members. So we have portable toilets. But we have plenty of portable toilets, and so we're totally able to handle the human waste issue there.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions? Okay, we're gonna move on to the next bill. Senate Bill 894 ST2 HD1 relating to the Office of Wellness and Resilience. First up is Office of Wellness and Resilience. Okay. President. Okay, thank you. Okay, I'm sorry, we're not able to hear you yet. Can you? Okay, we're having some technical issues on your end, I think. Okay. Okay, we're gonna move on to the next. We'll try to come back to you. Next up is Executive Office on Early Learning.
Aloha Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee, Jordana Ferrer with the Executive Office on Early Learning. We stand on our testimony in support of this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Department of Public Safety.
Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee, good afternoon. Gavin Takenaka, Corrections Healthcare Administrator for the department, standing in for Director Tommy Johnson. We stand in support of this measure and defer to the Office of Wellness and Resilience, as well as DHS on placement within the executive branch. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next is Hawaii Kids Can on Zoom.
Aloha, Chair Yamashita, Vice Chair Kitagawa, and members of the committee. Hawaii Kids Can stands on our written testimony in strong support of SB 894 ST2 HD1 with a few notes. From our work with students, families, and schools, we know that the impact of trauma and mental health crisis is real. We also know that as a state, we cannot piecemeal our way to solutions. Complex challenges require holistic solutions. That's why we believe the Office of Wellness and Resilience will make a positive difference for years to come. As a new office, we support the OWR with making the structural changes it needs to be effective and sustainable. Mahalo.
Okay, thank you. Next is Hawaii Community Foundation.
Aloha, Chair Yamashita and Vice Chair Kitagawa and members of the committee.
Hawaii Community Foundation strongly supports SB 894 SD2, and we stand on our written testimony in strong support of the bill. Mahalo.
Okay, thank you. We're going to try one more time. Office of Wellness and Resilience. Oh. Okay. Okay. Still not working. Okay. Is there anyone else wishing to testify on this measure? Please come forward.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, committee members. Joseph Campos, Deputy Director, Department of Human Services, here on behalf of Director Betts. The department apologized for its late testimony, but we do support the measure and defer to the Office of Wellness and Resilience. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else wishing to testify? Okay, members, questions? Okay, seeing none, we're going to move on to the next bill, Senate Bill 725 SD2 HD1 relating to telework. Let's see. First up is Department of Human Resources Development.
Aloha, Ryan Yamane, Department of Human Resources, Chair, Vice Chair, and members. We stand on our written testimony and support. Thank you. Here for questions.
Okay. Next is HGEA.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Steve Tevis for HGA. We oppose this bill as written. We believe that these telework items that's contained in the bill are negotiable items in collective bargaining. In fact, we just verified guidelines and a memorandum of understanding 2 months ago. So we believe that the bill, that the contents of the bill should be negotiated between the employer and the exclusive representative. Thanks for your time, Chair, Vice Chair, members.
Thank you. Okay, anyone else wishing to testify on this measure? Okay, seeing none. Questions, members? Representative Garrett.
Thank you, Chair. D. Hurd, please. This will be fun.
Oh, boy. I'll take a long time to answer. Yes, sir.
Okay, so is this a high priority of the department?
Is it a high priority
Yes.
for the department?
Are you guys actively pushing for this?
We support the intent because it also comes with resources for us to fulfill those responsibilities if assigned by the legislature as part of the duties for the reporting and implementing of telework.
Right, okay. Do you have any cost estimates for what this telework monitoring system might be?
In our preliminary meetings with various entities that can provide an app-based telework program, the estimate can range from about $1 million per department, depending on how far the scope is. So with this one, looking at 3 departments, we would request that the funding for that would be about $3 million for the development of the app, the potential implementation, as well as we're asking for an FTE and additional resources for making sure that all managers and supervisors are trained to be able to implement the application and use the data that they get from the application.
Right. If you had your druthers, could you think of a better way to spend $3 million considering the vacancy situation?
Oh, that's a question I turn back to the legislature and your finance chair that can be negotiated. I know it's a lot of money, however, that's the priorities between the 2 branches. We want to just make sure that if we're going to do this, we wanted to do it right, making sure that the resources are applicable. And we are very sensitive to the position of our employees, HGA and other public sector unions. We don't want our workers, state workers, to feel that we're impeding on them, that we're spying on them. We want to make sure that whatever we go forward, it's fair, open, and transparent, and safe, right, for using this type of intellectual properties. However, there is a discussion about when people are teleworking, what is the productivity level?
Right.
And so I guess the goal for that would be also, it'll provide us more data.
Okay, thank you for that. I asked these questions of the director in the LGO committee earlier, but do employees have an inherent right to telework?
No, they do not. So I think, Director couldn't be here. As previously said, that we feel telework is a management right. However, we did negotiate with HGA agreements on that. We feel that it'll be up to the department and the supervisors monitoring those employees on how they want to structure telework. And so we just wanted to make sure that departments can do that, especially when it's a time where for some statuses of work, it might be used as an incentive for recruiting and retention.
Do you think it would be an incentive for recruiting or retention if employees feel like they're being spied upon?
I don't think anybody would want to be spied upon. However, I think depending on how this is new application, new app, it's pilot, we are not sure if this then would encourage other departments that are not doing telework right now to maybe explore that as an option. Again, we're in the preliminary stages when we're asking, I guess the position has changed for it to be a pilot, and then go from there and then give you guys hopefully valuable data and applicability to see if you wanted to implement it to all departments. So that would be a choice by this body.
Sure, okay, thank you. Also in the prior committee, the director mentioned that she was going to be doing some data gathering regarding the uptake of telework. Is that data available just yet?
Not yet. We're ongoing. We don't have the positions yet, or as stated in this bill, and so we are working together. We are hopefully as we speak, we'll be having all the telework policies uploaded, as well as the training modules are being processed right now. Doing the actual recording and closed captioning. So we hope to have all that up hopefully by the end of the week to be available for you and the general public.
Okay, thank you. And last question, I know the exclusive representatives mentioned here that this should be subject to negotiation. Do you disagree with that stance?
I would like to defer to our chief negotiator, which is the director currently. However, if in the budget it does change, that also make it easier for us. However, until that point is, my understanding is in the past positions is that it is a managerial right. This app then clarifies the role, and as we move forward, we would be working hand in hand, as the bill states, working with the public sector unions to make sure that the employees are fully aware and transparent of if they choose to be on telework, these might be the conditions that they would have to agree upon.
Okay, I'm not sure if I agree with that, but thank you for your time. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Representative Ayu.
I have some questions. Do you know what agencies are still allowing telework for the employees?
I can get you that information. We have, I think there's at least 5, but I'll get you that information.
Okay,
Some departments are not.
Okay, and I guess this might need further follow-up, but do you know what the telework policies are for those agencies?
Yeah, so we have a general policy which we'll have on our website. We're trying to get it up, but we have to get the right approvals to upload that. So we will have those policies. I think our HGA friends have the ratification agreement that the state just recently signed a month ago for those to be put up.
Is there any reason why we can't just say no teleworking anymore? I mean, there's a bunch of businesses and the legislature that said teleworking's done, so.
That is always our position. However, in this time of, I guess, employment, recruiting, and retention, for some areas, telework is a viable option for them. For example, some departments use it for reporting in. They can do the access. I think it's DHS uses it. The Attorney General's office have some. So various departments can use it depending on their scope of work. So if the legislature chooses to take that off as an option, that is the choice. However, for us, we are actually, with the new policy, having it work with the supervisor. The employee has to request it. They work it out with the employee and the supervisor. It has to be based off a justification if the job is available or meets the conditions of telework. And then there's an agreement in which both the employee and employer or the supervisor will sign regarding productivity, follow-up, and all of that. And so again, this is an option for workplace, but the question regarding productivity, that's the motive behind the request to develop an app.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Representative Kilo.
For HDEA, please.
Thank you.
I can always call you back.
Hi. So is it HGA's position that any ratification or adjustment of a policy like this is in violation of the constitutional, for collective bargaining?
Yes, I mean, for this purpose,
this
that we
purpose.
just ratified a memorandum of understanding, that those terms would have to be renegotiated.
And is it HGA's position in the sense that when it comes to teleworking, do you folks feel that productivity has increased or decreased?
I think that, I can't speak to say, you know, the metrics of that, but based on the comparison as a retention of workers and recruitment of workers, teleworking is what they're doing in the private sector, and I think everyone knows that we're having a hard time getting workers into state and county government, and this is another tool. So to not have teleworking available would just be, I think, regressive in the sense of trying to recruit and retain workers.
Well, I think with the union of 30,000 plus members and the way that some work can be, I mean, if we're looking at ways that we're saving as a state when it comes to what places we rent for office spaces that aren't heavily accessible to the public or have no need to the public, and we're trying to look for ways to save money and attract folks. I understand that there are some ways that you just cannot do telework, but when I think about a transportation perspective and you look at COVID-19 and folks who were removed from the roads, I mean, Hawaii itself, we have 1 million people on Oahu, plus the 10 million tourists that come here. And so when you remove just a small dent from folks on the roadways, it makes a huge drastic improvement. And so I understand that there's some concerns with telework, but I think there are some positions that can do the remote thing. And I appreciate you saying that we have to find a way to be competitive with the private sector if we want to succeed. So I just wanted to see what your folks' perspective was and position on it. So thank you.
Thank you for the question.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions? Representative Kobayashi.
For the department,
Yeah. Thought I was done. Yes, Representative.
For discussion purposes, I would think that teleworking is here to stay in one form or another. That we won't go back to the days when there were virtually no teleworking. Would you agree?
I think it's a factor, especially for the younger generation as we recruit for young people who want to have a better work-life, personal life balance, and telework does offer that opportunity to be, like stated earlier, a tool to help recruit various employees. Again, but it depends on the position and what the job duties are required.
Well, you know, given that, I would think that perhaps you can avoid a little bit of conflict by splitting these proposals into two parts. You've got 3 separate appropriation lines here. And it would seem that on the first one about compiling an annual report, do that, get data, get your policies straightened out or your recommendations for policies. And then on the third one, train the managers. And those two, I think, might be step one. And then after you have policies intact, after you have trained managers, then you do the pilot teleworking system.
So, okay, so I guess the intent, from we understand, for the vehicle was to contract a private entity to develop an app. For the training, we would prefer the training be done in-house, by DHERT, right? And so that's why we wouldn't want to pay an outside entity to train our people. We want to make sure we train our own people and have these trainings available on our LMS system for state employees. So that's why I think the notion of that's why they separated it this way. One would go to an RFP contract or in a contract of an existing nature to do an app development, which would be private sector since we don't do that. And then the training as well as the reporting and the data collection would then be done through state.
But I'm simply suggesting that it might make sense to train your managers first about how to be effective monitors of teleworking, and then do your pilot teleworking monitoring system.
I mean,
Thank you,
yeah.
anyway.
Okay, so we are, so just so
Just
you know, we're having
comments.
3 series training for supervisors to complete the telework contract and what, so we are providing training for the supervisors. This training is specific to if there's an app developed,
I
that
see.
there's the training to each department and each supervisor, how that app would work,
I
how they would get the employee to either upload the app and how to gather the data off a dashboard. Yeah, so so just so you know, for the training for
I withdraw my comments.
All right, there you go.
Hey.
One for us. No, sorry. Okay, sorry. Sorry, sorry, Chair. Any other questions? You all good?
You have a question, Vice Chair?
I have a question.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay, sorry.
What exactly is the app going to be doing? Do you know? Like, is it specifics? Like, what will it be tracking for people who are teleworking?
That's the stuff that we'll be negotiating with if this bill should pass, and depending on the type of resources given, that's something we would have to work
So
with.
what do
the
you
development.
envision it doing, though? Because there
What
has
would-
to be an idea, right, of what this app is. I mean, we can't just be thinking an app. So what do you envision the app doing for people who are teleworking?
So in the preliminary discussions, we want it to be flexible enough so that each department, each supervisor can put aspects on what they need to collect to see productivity, right? So for some areas that they do billable hours, that might be their way of doing work productivity. Others might be, the app might be not on hours on the computer, but might be the actual production from the time you get a case referred to you, let's say, and then one you refer to, let's say, a foster home or something, right? It might be the type of work. So we want that, I guess, envision, the discussion would be, it would have to be flexible enough to be user-friendly for not only the employee, but for the supervisor who's monitoring their employee on telework.
Okay, so I guess my question then becomes, is this app also going to be used for people who are working in office? Because as a manager, right, you're not tracking every single worker in your office. You may not even be in the same building or the same room. And so is there a fairness issue of if we're only tracking people who are teleworking compared to not being, I mean, because obviously a supervisor, there has to be a level of trust, right? And so you're not going to be micromanaging everyone who's not teleworking. So is this app going to eventually be utilized across, or how does the department envision?
So, okay, so I guess in your question, philosophically, you could use this type of app on any state computer, right? Or if you could use it in-house. I guess it would depend on the supervisor and the individual. However, for this purposes, it would be specifically designed for telework. And so I guess you could enhance the program to do it in-house or other mechanisms. But again, as we preliminarily been meeting with different entities on what the capabilities would be, is we need more time to gather information, work with the different stakeholders, and see what capabilities and what data not only does the legislature want, but individual departments and supervisor want. So, again, this is very preliminary. However, the department can't move forward on this without resources.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions? Okay, thank you very
Okay,
much.
thank you.
We're gonna move on to the next bill, Senate Bill 784 ST1 HT2 relating to airplanes. First up is the HTA. Hawaii Tourism Authority. Yeah.
Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and members, we stand in support of our testimony and the people of Molokai.
Okay, thank you very much. Next up is Department of Transportation on Zoom. Hey. Oh, you're here. Two for one here.
Aloha, Chair Yamashita, Vice Chair Kitagawa, and members. Jimmy Tokioka, Deputy Director of Airports. We're here in strong support of this bill. If you have any questions, I can remain here to answer them, but thank you so much for the consideration of this bill. We know how important it is to the people of Molokai. I just had Mrs. Dudua called me this morning and shared with me her frustrations of what's happening on Molokai. So it's a critical bill and we support it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next up is, Laurie Bishaw. anyone in person? No? Okay, next is Brian Miyamoto.
Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Brian Miyamoto. I'm here testifying as an individual. Roughly 2 weeks ago was my first trip to Molokai. I went up for work on behalf of the Hawaii Farm Bureau for the Molokai Resource Fair. First trip. I'm sorry, not supposed to answer questions. So leaving, our flight was delayed 20 minutes. Not unusual, I think, for airlines. However, there were 3 passengers on a 9-passenger flight that were waiting for over 5 hours. One was a child, one was a kupuna. Returning, I was supposed to leave on Saturday, which was the day of the fair in the evening. I've heard anecdotally at the fair that Mokulele had some issues, and they suggested I call. There were some flights that had already changed. I called Mokulele, and they told me that my flight was Monday. Now, those brought up some issues, but primarily I did have a meeting that Sunday morning at 9 a.m. So I called Mokulele, and they said, Monday. Nothing on Sunday, Monday. So I said, what about Maui? Monday. Finally, after being on the phone, they found a flight at 8:30, their last flight, taking me to Maui. Hawaiian Airlines flies at 9:30. People on Molokai and from Maui said, there's no way you're gonna make that flight. So I had to book an extra flight from Maui to Oahu, and then a hotel room. I can't imagine what that is for the Molokai residents. This is a quality of life issue. That was one time. I've heard anecdotally how bad it really is. If you're on Oahu and you're flying back and you have that reverse situation, do you have the money to pay for a flight? You're kind of out in the boonies anyway, right? You're not at the normal airport. So this was my first experience. And I should have started by saying the Mokulele staff were amazing, very courteous, very helpful, and it's not their fault. But again, I can't imagine what it was like. I had anxiety. I'm thinking I have to now pay for rooms on Molokai, which was hard to get, or now being on Maui, and making sure that there was a flight coming from Maui back to Honolulu. The meeting wasn't critically important, but again, the additional costs and the additional inconvenience. So if I needed to come from Molokai for a doctor's appointment or a meeting or some other business, and I wasn't sure if I was gonna make that flight, I'd hate to have to do that. And I hate to have to do that regularly. I had one trip and inconvenience both ways. So I urge you, this is the first time I've testified as an individual, probably in about 5 years. I think it's very important, and I think those of us not from Molokai cannot appreciate, and I didn't appreciate that. I have not testified in this bill throughout session, but I did because I experienced, just in a small way, what I imagine our Molokai friends and family are experiencing every day. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Okay, thank you. Next is Rosie Davis on Zoom. None. That's it. Okay, is there anyone else wishing to testify on this measure? Oh, we have somebody on Zoom? Okay, please proceed.
Aloha again, Chair Yamashita, Vice Chair Kitagawa, and Honorable Council, committee members. Again, I am Maui County Council Member Kiani Rollins Fernandez, testifying with comments on SB 784. This bill cites the cost of plane tickets as remaining a hindrance to many Molokai residents who need to travel for essential reasons, including work, medical appointments, and family, and further intends to assist Molokai residents who need to travel for essential reasons is as a public purpose. However, this bill fails to describe how exactly this subsidy would specifically help Molokai residents who are flying for essential reasons instead of providing that subsidy to tourists traveling here for leisure. As a Molokai resident, I know how expensive it is to fly here. Mokulele's fare structure is first seats are the cheapest, and then the cost progressively increases until the 8 seats are sold out. Please find out from the department, Chair Tokioka, what safeguards would be in place to ensure the subsidy does in fact assist Molokai residents who need to travel for essential reasons. How would this subsidy address reliability, which is the problem you heard described by the previous testifier? And if the intention, as the bill's author stated in the media, is to provide $1 million for subsidy, how far would that subsidy really go? Mahalo for that opportunity to testify.
Okay, thank you very much. Is there anyone else wishing to testify on this measure? Okay, seeing none, members, questions. Representative Ward.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. DeFries, on page 1 of your testimony, it says you have been talking with the individuals on Molokai, and I was wondering if your sentiment or what you've talked to the people of Molokai is different than what Brian Yamamoto has spoken very passionately about.
Well, as you know, on every island, HTA has commenced with a destination management action plan that calls for the formation of a steering committee. So our interaction with the community is at that level and beyond. Both people in the community as well as leadership on the island. And so, in the industry, I'm sorry. So if you're referencing the actual air issue.
Yes.
I have to disclose that I have family on the island too, right? So to a certain extent, I'm advocating on the island's behalf and want to make clear. The fact is that air travel is essential not only for recreational purposes or vacation, but you have in many cases people who are seeking medical help as well. And so our interest in this bill is to provide greater air service to Molokai and more affordable air service.
So it's imperative.
I'm sorry?
It's imperative then. I mean, it's super essential. No questions about it. In other words, the feedback that you have, whether family or otherwise,
the feedback is
unequivocal.
conclusive.
Okay,
Yeah.
good.
Thank
Thank you.
you.
Thank you, Mr.
Okay, any further questions? Okay, I have a question. Department of Transportation. Yeah, thank you for being here.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, so one of my concerns has always been that Hawaiian Airlines, over the years, and the department should be well aware of this, has been bailed out at least 3 times that I've known of that came out of state revenue or revenue out of the airports and things like that. So there's some level of service that I feel that they owe the state, and they're pulling out of these hard to service areas. We also give them a tax credit on maintenance facilities, so there's a subsidy from the state. Are you guys tracking this kind of stuff where they, you know, it may be, I know it's probably way before your time, but where, you know, there is some level of commitment on their part. If we do all these things, they would provide services, right? At the beginning, it was services for the neighbor islands. That's why I think the state was very accommodating to them. But over the years, now they're servicing mainland flights, flights out of the country, and we are subsidizing them to some degree through the depreciation of whatever, right? And so it comes out of state coffers. Are you guys tracking them or talking to them about providing services to hard-to-service areas because of all the things that the state gives them? And at the same time, if they are not willing to do that, then should we be repealing those credits and subsidies that they get?
So there's about 4 questions in that question. And yes, we are separately. We know how much the airlines receive in tax credits. So to take away Hawaiians specifically, I don't.
No, it would be all inclusive of all. But I'm just saying that, right, a lot of these things are, when we give these, when we gave it to Continental, right, to build the facility, it was so that they would maintain the planes here and things like that.
Right.
But then Hawaiian took advantage of it also.
Right.
So now, to some degree, the state's got to evaluate that. That was done so long ago. Are we getting any kind of help from these airlines that are doing all these things?
Well, okay, so that's a complicated question, but I will say, like, if it wasn't for Southwest flying into the market, the airline flights, the costs for Hawaiian would be very high. So that's one part of it. So the competition is good. We have had discuss. In fact, I asked Southwest if they were willing to fly to Molokai. They don't have that size of a plane. Hawaiian Airlines pulled out. I think it was called Ohana Air. They pulled out of Molokai after 3 years. I think they were flying. Rep. Poi Poi might know. To Molokai, they have said that it doesn't make sense for them. So the question that you had, whether they should be getting the tax credit if they're not helping these underserved communities, is a great question. And we can circle back with them. I'm sure they're watching this meeting right now, but that is a very pointed and important question. But I can tell you, I mean, Brian's testimony is the same passion I heard from Mrs. Duroa this morning and many other people from Molokai. That complaint went to the governor's office, came to me, and I called her this morning. I cannot imagine living on Molokai. And we on Kauai, we think we have it bad sometimes, and Hilo. The flights to Hilo are way less than any other airport of the major airports. But I cannot imagine what people on Molokai go through. And this is something that has just recently been as big of a problem as it is now. I don't remember this, even when I wasn't at the airport, being such an issue that representatives, the legislature would introduce a bill like this to help serve specifically that community because of all of the problems that they've had. So, Chair, we can go through your points specifically and continue the dialogue with Hawaiian and others, because Hawaiian was the airlines that was in the market. So specifically, they know how much it costs to run flights to Molokai, and they know how much they receive in tax credit. So we can have that dialogue with them.
And and it's kind of probably some of the old timers will remember more so, but the state did bail them out.
Oh, we remember. Yeah, I was here with you. Yes.
Yeah, right, and so. I think
So was Rep. Yamani over there.
Yeah.
Oh, he left already.
He left.
All right. Okay, thank you very much. Any further questions? Okay, Representative Kobayashi.
We have a testimony here that says, quote, "Please add Lanai to this bill," unquote. Does Lanai have the same problem?
Not like Molokai, and I can tell you that I don't know if Pulama Lanai only takes care of passengers that stay at the hotel. It's my understanding that they fly employees over back and forth as well. That's my understanding. So not to the tune of Molokai, because if one of those bigger planes that seat like 20 people on it, if one of those planes goes down, that's two of the smaller planes, and it just backs everything up.
Oh, I see.
And I've heard the complaints. We're trying to help Mokulele as much as we can. We put in a comfort station at the Terminal 3 here, and that comfort station is very expensive, but we do know that there's a lot of people that are waiting because they missed their flights. But we're trying to help them any way we can. They want to move to the G gates, and we're in discussions with them at G gates, but once we move them there, then TSA is involved, and I don't know if the passengers are going to think that's a benefit. But these are all the things all the different balls that are in the air right now with Mokulele, and we're trying to do our best to make sure that we can help them and the people, the travelers that go to Molokai.
Thank you. Okay, Representative Poi Poi.
Lanai does have the same issues. They do have a ferry system as well, but that goes to Lahaina. So for residents to get to Oahu, particularly very same issues as at the airport. I was leaving and a Lanai plane behind me going out got canceled, and I don't know if they had anywhere to stay for that night, but that was the last flight of the night. But anyway, my question is, with this subsidy, can it be used in a way specifically for residents to subsidize the cost of residents?
So we have to flush out the uses in this bill, and the other thing that's going to come with that, as you all know, is what's the appropriation. At the end of the day, that's going to dictate what we do with the money, because you just have to know how much money you have to spread it out over the different uses of the language in the bill.
Okay. So is the intention to use it to subsidize the existing carrier or to incentivize bringing in an additional carrier?
According to the bill, it's both.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Any further questions, Representative Ward?
Chair, I just wanted to, for the sake of the record, straighten that I did not purposely rename Brian Miyamoto, especially after his full-page ad in the Pacific Business News, showing his great work and his great face. So, my mistake, renaming him.
Okay.
My apologies.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. Any further questions? Okay, okay, we're gonna move on to the next bill. Senate Bill 1522, relating to economic development. First up is debate.
Aloha, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee, Chris Arias with DBID, and we stand on our testimony offering comments. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Next is Department of Taxation.
Aloha, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee, Kristen Sakamoto for the Department of Taxation. We stand on our written testimony providing comments. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Hawaii Tourism Authority.
Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and members, we not only stand by our testimony, but would like to amend in the second to the last paragraph. We are requesting a renewed request for funding of $64 million. That amount we are now amending to $45 million for the repair of the convention center rooftop. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone else wishing to testify on this measure? Please come forward.
Angela Melody Young testifying to provide comments. So, you know, it's, so this year I'm going to read the 2021 annual report written by HTA. Okay, so, and I think Mr. John Free is going to correct me if I say something wrong because it was written by him. So this year has been a critical time of huli'au, transformative change for our community, our visitor industry, and the HTA. It marks an important turning point focused on Malama Ku'uhome, pivoting towards a more regenerative model of tourism which balances economics with the well-being of our communities and natural resources, and a new path forward to a better and more sustainable future for all of Hawaii. And so, you know, HTA strategic plan and its destination management action plan is to support the 4 interacting pillars: natural resources, Hawaiian culture, community, and brand marketing. And HTA, you know, there's been struggles, but it's been it's been managing for a while. So I'm going to read from another document. It's from UH, and it's an assessment of HTA. And it noted that HTA has a long Hawaii has a long history of community-based tourism planning going back to the 70s. But the problem has always been implementation. The biggest hurdle has been a lack of effective coordination amongst tourism's many diverse stakeholders. Although HTA has the statutory authority for managing Destination Hawaii via HRS Chapter 201B-3, the language that gives HTA the authority to coordinate tourism stakeholders to work together is weak. So in the UH document, it assesses and it says a stronger statutory language is called for. If we read HRS Chapter 201B-3, the word may should change to shall. So for example, the authority may develop, coordinate, and implement state policies, taking into account the socio-economic and physical impacts of tourism on the state and its natural resources infrastructure, provided that the authority shall support the efforts of other state and county departments or agencies to manage, improve, and protect Hawaii's natural environment and areas frequented by visitors. And then there's a list of duties HTA is to perform, but yet the word that needs to be changed is may to shall, because it says it may perform these responsibilities and duties. So, going forward, if HTA is dissolved and it's going to evolve into a new entity, we're just providing comments that for this, if there's going to be the new entity, then the statutory language can be stronger to implement a better tourism management entity. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone else wishing to testify? Okay, seeing none, members' questions. Representative Ward.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Mr. DeFries, please. In your testimony, you mentioned the destination management action plans for each island. If this bill passes, will those still be activated? Or let's say, I'm trying to see, if this bill passes, what's going to be different from what you guys have already set in your course? And what will remain the same?
Yeah, at the heart of it, this newly proposed entity reminds me of throwing the baby out but keeping the bathwater, right? Because the HTA in 2020 adopted the new strategic plan that she just referenced. Destination management action planning process came out of that. All of that was initiated during the pandemic. And so somehow, with a lot of help from industry and community leaders, we were able to put an infrastructure in place and a system in place that is now at work. I appreciate the language change of HTA may to HTA shall. I'm here to tell you HTA is, okay? This work is being done and we're delivering on it, and that is at the heart of my concern about dumping the baby out.
So the island's action plans will carry on with this?
They would carry on, and there are a lot of factors that would go into it, but certainly if a new entity is created, all of that activity would then, that responsibility would move to that entity.
What's more important, the baby or the bathwater?
Well, this is your baby. The birth certificate is 201B. This bill is the death certificate.
Aha. Thank you very much for that, Frank.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions? Okay, seeing none, we're going to move on to the next bill, Senate Bill 682 SD1 HD1 relating to animal fur products. First up is the Humane Society of the United States.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee. Susan Rhee here with the Humane Society of the United States. We stand on our written testimony in strong support. I'd like to just very quickly go over and highlight just a few points. SB 682 has received an enormous amount of written testimony in strong support of this bill. Secondly, the Attorney General has reviewed this measure. Their suggestions were incorporated and they have no concerns with this bill. And lastly, this bill is like the ban on shark finning and the ivory trade, and this is a worthy and important measure, and more than 80% of Hawaii voters are in support of this ban. Thank you for your consideration.
Okay, thank you. Next up is Anamaro Inc. on Zoom.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yeah, please proceed.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Hello, Chair Yamashita, Vice Chair Kitagawa, and members of the Committee on Finance. Thank you for allowing me to testify in opposition of SB 682. My name is Kim Salvo, and I manage one of the premier wholesale fur companies, Anamoda, in New York City's Fur District. I hope to enlighten everyone about my 32-year profession as a furrier, a job that I love. I love the natural product that we sell and the relationships that we have with our clients, which span generations of family-owned retail stores across the country. Now, whereby I do not have any accounts in the state of Hawaii, I must explain to you how fur ban bills like SB 682 are so detrimental to the entire supply chain on how a fur product is made and on the conservation of wildlife management and the negative impact that it would put on the environment of animal habitats. And unlike the ivory ban, which was done in order to support the extinction of elephants, all of the animals used in the fur industry are nowhere in that category of ever becoming extinct or endangered. When I testified before the Judiciary Committee last month, all opposing arguments from professionals like myself in several areas of the fur industry debunked the premise of the animal activist group and the clear lack of research done in creating this bill. And so we really have to look at the impact of the fur industry in America if this ban were to happen. It's very difficult for me to sit here and explain the many facets and aspects of making and creating an artisan handcrafted fur, because the chain of making a coat or even a fox pom-pom that you may sell in one of your souvenir shops is massive. We have fur farmers, we have trappers, we have food supply for the ranches, animal care, which has to happen 365 days a year, the unlimited usage of the animal beyond the pelt, and there is very little waste in what we procure. We have auctions, we have all the transportation in between, and we have the manufacturing of fur coats, which includes 13 separate processes. We have all the supplies that are used across all platforms, and then we sell a beautiful product. But fur product goes beyond the sale of a fur coat, because a fur lasts forever. With the proper care, a coat can have use and wear for decades. And unlike the faux fur option, which is the biggest oxymoron I've ever heard, fur fashions are not disposable. We also follow a path of responsibility and oversight of management from Fur Commission USA, Fur Takers of America, the National Trappers Association, and the Fur Mark Label, the International Fur Certification Program, which confirms fur farm responsibility in ethically resourcing fur. All of these entities are compromised when a fur ban is enacted, especially the employment of all the people working in these areas. And so the fur industry is under attack. The emotions of animal activist rights groups hit hard to give a false narrative, but yet they are so quick to offer up synthetic microplastic fabrications of make-believe fashions trying to imitate natural fur. And I tried to correlate this as the alternative for Hawaiians being told to cook tofu in the ground because it'll taste just like a Kalua pig. That'll be a great substitute for real pork. And so you see how ironic this bill is. These animal rights groups are offering the exact opposite of Hawaii's commitment and responsibility to the environment. I know that you've banned plastic food service items, and I also know that you're looking to currently ban single-use plastic bottles. And so the responsibility of the fur industry and the path of your state is not too far off. I'm closing now, and I will tell you how I never imagined having to defend my profession. It has become a full-time job as fur bans keep popping up. We have retail stores, fashion designers, and even legislators like yourselves are terrorized by the nonprofit groups claiming to care for animals. And yet the carve-outs in this particular bill allow them to pick and choose which animals they actually care about. And so I ask you, what makes a mink more special than lambskin? Because lambskin will still be allowed. What makes a fox more special than deerskin? Because deerskin will still be allowed. Chinchilla than cowhide, because cowhide is A-OK. Sable than leather, because leather is all good to go. They clearly do not care about animals, and this makes SB 682 fall apart at the seams, just as the synthetic coats that they want you to wear do. And so I urge you to oppose SB 682, look at the big picture and stop it, and allow our legal fur products to be sold in the Aloha State. I thank you for this time, and if you have any questions for me, I will be more than happy to share my knowledge with you.
Okay, thank you very much. Next up is Natural Fiber Alliance.
Hey, good evening, everyone. Can you all see me?
Yes.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Michael Brown. I'm with the Natural Fibers Alliance. Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify in opposition of SB 682. This is a bill that would prohibit the sale of natural fur products. The reality is SB 682 is based on decades of scare tactics and misinformation from activists who want to use the mink industry and legislation like this to increase fundraising efforts. The truth is clear. Mink farms throughout North America, much like cattle and pig farms, view animal health and welfare as a top priority. Farms have a strict operating guideline and certification protocols governing the care of mink. Farmers follow comprehensive animal husbandry practices developed by leading veterinarians and welfare experts with detailed standards for nutrition, for housing, biosecurity, veterinarian care, and humane harvesting. Mink farming is subject to state, federal, and local laws, including environmental regulations. As was referenced earlier, there is some potential for the potential violation of the Dormant Commerce Clause with the potential banning of the retail sale of fur in the state of Hawaii. Now, excuse me, banning natural fibers such as fur will harm current efforts, as referenced just by the previous testifier, to improve environmental sustainability. Natural fibers provide a viable, biodegradable alternative to synthetic materials associated with landfills, microplastics, overconsumption, and pollution, all issues that you all are working on as we speak. Some activists have been found to repeatedly exaggerate or even fabricate COVID claims on mink farms, as once again referenced in this legislation. After some initial farm infections in the fall of 2020, the industry now boasts a vaccination rate of mink nearly 100% on mink farms. Leaders, to include the Prime Minister of Denmark, have also since come back and apologized for leading the public over this issue, which really has created this snowball effect, which once again was referenced in the bill around mink and COVID. So please don't fall for the misinformation. This bill does not serve the public interest and will undoubtedly lead to the banning of leather dress shoes, Ugg boots, Dow feather coats, and other products, all of which have been deliberately left out of these type of proposals, all to gain support without real opposition. Now, I encourage you all to ask those advocates, some in the room or some via Zoom, what is the actual end goal with this type of legislation? You know, oftentimes agriculture is the low-hanging fruit, much like the mink industry, excuse me. The mink industry is an easy target and has been an easy target for 40 plus years. The reality is the end goal is the complete annihilation of the animal use industry. We're talking commercial fishing, we're talking commercial farming, and this is not hyperbole. This is a reality that has been stated time and time again by these type of organizations. At the end of the day, this proposal is a bridge too far that will lead to dire intended consequences. Oftentimes people say unintended. These are intended consequences. These groups want to end agriculture as we know it. We must put a stop. We must commit to our farming community. We must commit to our agricultural community. And we must say no to proposals like this. This proposal has been on the books since 2019. Since 2019, that the activists have tried to ban the retail sale of fur and ban fur farming in a state that doesn't have mink farms. So once again, I encourage you to vote no and to put a stop to this and promote natural animal-based fibers and support the agricultural community, much as was referenced with conversation on SB 833. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Next is Fur Commission USA.
Do you guys hear me okay?
Yes, please proceed.
All right. Well, good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, and committee members. So I'm Chalice Hobbs. I'm the Executive Director of the Fur Commission USA. It's the National Fur Farming Trade Association. So I represent them. I'm also a fourth generation farmer, and we do row crops. We also have mink, and we have a beef ranch. And I'm here to express my opposition as well to SB 682. The reason for this is because the bill's supporters suggest that existing laws provide relatively little oversight of the fur industry. While they'd say this while choosing to ignore the facts, though, that fur farming in the U.S. is held to animal welfare standards and regulations, just like swine farms, just like beef farms and the poultry industry as well. So this results in similar animal welfare situations as those other animal agriculture industries that Hawaii uses. The mink farming certification program that we all follow is peer-reviewed and accredited by PACO. So if you're not familiar with them, same organization that peer reviews and accredits the farming standards for all other major animal agriculture in the U.S., like swine farms and beef, poultry. They also do dairy and other industries. So the mink farming standards or certification standards were developed by scientists. They're peer-reviewed. They go over everything from nutrition, our housing standards and requirements, biosecurity, vet care, humane harvesting, which is in compliance with the American Veterinary Medical Association. And then the farms are independently inspected for compliance. So there's no way around this. And we want to do it because it helps us create a good product and give the public assurance what we're doing. We also are subject to all the state and federal local laws that are there, including environmental regulations. We do follow them, have programs for that. So at the end of the day, this creates a situation, an environment that's very similar to other animal agriculture. So I don't understand why we get singled out for this. And I think, I believe it's important also to recognize perhaps the hypocrisy or maybe the misunderstanding that if, in supporting the sale and use of plant-based fibers while condemning the use of animal-based fibers like fur. Because at the end of the day, both types of clothing production result in the death of animals. In the US, we harvest around 1.5 million mink each year for their pelts to be turned into clothing, while the remains are used for pet food. We use it for crab bait, compost, medical research, nothing goes wasted. In contrast, plant-based materials like cotton, for example, I have many cotton farming friends. Every year it requires tilling and plowing the ground, which kills millions of animals a year in the US alone to produce clothing. Finally, I just want to address that the fact that this bill's author and the supporters seek to impose their preferences on the general public, taking away the right to choose from Hawaiians and the island's visitors who shop here. It's not right, in my opinion, for a small group of people to impose their beliefs on others and take away their right to choose. The people of Hawaii, in my opinion, should have the freedom to make their own choices when it comes to what they wear. I don't feel this is something the government needs to do, is tell people you can wear this, but you cannot wear that. So I just respectfully urge you guys and the committee members to oppose this bill. Consider the facts and be tolerant to other people's differences to create this inclusive and a more inclusive and diverse state, and to honor that aloha spirit. So yeah, I'm available for questions, but thank you for the time.
Okay, thank you. Next is Animal Rights Initiative.
Hi there. Aloha, members of the committee. My name is Amanda Fox. I live in town and I represent Animal Rights Initiative, which is a charity operating in Hawaii. And mahalo for the opportunity to support this bill, as it is necessary for Hawaii to become a more humane place for animals and for us to prevent unsafe clothing items from being sold within our state. It is necessary to pass this bill because, as the opponents of the bill failed to mention, breaches of animal welfare are documented on every fur farm. They frequently suffer from cannibalism, self-mutilation, and infected wounds. They go insane from the confinement, pace endlessly, and attack each other. Minks, foxes, and other animals typically farmed for their fur are not protected by the Humane Slaughter Act nor the Animal Welfare Act. They are killed in heinous ways in order to keep the skin intact, like suffocation, electrocution, and gassing. All of these kill methods are unreliable, leading to the animals being skinned while still alive. No one eats the bodies of minks or foxes. The bodies are burned, which pollutes the air immensely. The waste runs off into our water, causing incredible amounts of phosphorus and nitrogen to run off into the water and suffocate indigenous species. In Hawaii, 60% of us have animals in our families. We don't want to be a part of this cruelty. And as if this were not enough, zoonotic diseases spread rampantly on fur farms, as we've seen with a not exaggerated over 400 outbreaks of COVID-19 across Europe and America, and in January of this year, bird flu in Spain that required 50,000 animals to be killed. It attacks their respiratory systems just like ours, causing atrociously painful chest infections. Animals typically farmed for their fur are highly susceptible to coronaviruses, providing opportunities for mutations and repeated spillback over to humans forever. No zoonotic disease has ever disappeared from the earth when transmission from animals was the case. We need to follow the recommendations of experts and end our support for these items, just like they've done across California, Massachusetts, Florida, and other states. Fur is absolutely not a natural product because chromium, formaldehyde, and other harmful chemicals are applied so that it doesn't rot. This is shown to cause cancer and hormone imbalances in wearers. This bill is essential to reduce demand for real fur from sellers like Fendi and Dior and require these products be made without the use of animals and unsafe chemicals. To continue to manufacture these unnecessary vanity items in light of the consequences would be more than imprudent. It would be depraved. As mentioned earlier, 80% of Hawaiian voters support this initiative. Mahalo for your support as well.
Okay, thank you. Next is Retail Merchants of Hawaii.
Aloha and good afternoon. I'm Tina Yamaki with the Retail Merchants of Hawaii, and we are opposed to this bill. Hawaii is already one of the most regulated states in the entire nation, and we feel that another law is unnecessary as retailers are already self-regulating with regards to this. We do not feel the measure is necessary as stores in Hawaii are already phasing out fur items as well as trying to liquidate their current inventory. Retailers are no longer the engine regarding trends, it's our customers. We're also recognizing that many of the top designer brands are ceasing to use fur in their designs. They're going to faux furs instead, and like mentioned before, some of those are non-biodegradable either, and even more detrimental to our environment. And we also want to point out, like everybody else said, animals are humanely raised on the farms, just like cows, chickens, pigs that are ending up in our grocery stores. So we also wonder, if it's fur today, is it going to be cows, chickens, pigs the next time where we can't buy any meat products in our grocery stores? And with Hawaii's temperature in the 80s, it's not a large demand for Hawaii to have fur. I mean, we don't all have fur coats. There's not a big trend to have fur bikinis to go to the beach in. It's hot here. So mostly it's our visitors who are purchasing these things. And they're not purchasing it a lot from us. I mean, I can see it on the mainland there, you know, you have fur stores there. Here, not so much. Already we're seeing a lot of stores just trying to liquidate what they have and no longer carrying fur in their inventories.
We also want to point out that when you ban something and we can't sell it, we either got to sell it at a deep discount to try and sell it before the ban starts, or we have to get rid of it. If companies don't have a sister store, they have to destroy it. A lot of retailers from the pandemic are still reeling. I mean, we still have back rent to pay. You know, we have loans that we've taken out. Some people have mortgaged their house, a second, third mortgage on their house, just so that their employees could be working during the pandemic time. So, you know, businesses cannot afford any more hardship, and we feel that this is something that is not necessary as another measure. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone else wishing to testify on this measure? Please come forward.
Angela Melody Young, testifying on behalf of ROAR, Rescue of Animal Rights. So I'd like to thank the previous testifiers for, the education. However, I support this bill, and I know I'm going to get a lot of heat for this, but it's okay because this is a concern of ethics. So ethical sourcing of fur, that is a paradox. How can you ethically kill something to exploit it? And, you know, now that we're in an era of ethics, what was ethical before, right? In the previous generation may not be ethical anymore. If it's proven by scientific research, right? So, for example, there are a lot of unethical things that go on in our society, and it's still lawful. War is not ethical. It's not ethical to kill someone, but it's still lawful. But I'm going to bring your attention to a very relevant example. So, a relevant example that can be implemented. The single-use plastic ordinance from the city. So I think it was in 2020, the city implemented the single-use polyester foam foodware ban. And after that, no food vendors were permitted to sell, serve, or provide food in polyester foam containers. And no businesses could provide products in polyester foamware. And the city also implemented the brown bag ordinance, and it got the grocery stores to switch their bags to brown bags. And, you know, it was because of sustainability concerns, and marine biodiversity and climate coalition organizations presented scientific evidence that those substances cause harm and toxic effects upon the earth and our planet and our communities. So, you know, the question now is this: if we value the impact of polyester upon the planet, shouldn't we also prioritize the impact of animals upon the planet? Each animal species has a unique contribution to the biodiversity of the earth. Each species contributes differently. And PETA, you know, if anyone has read PETA's reports, and like the previous testifier mentioned, the animals get slaughtered. And really terrible things happen. Rabbits are killed for their fur when they're just 6 months old. And a lot of torturous, inhumane methods are involved in these industries. So it is imperative that we stop inhumane farm productions, and it is imperative that we support animal welfare and humane treatment of all species, and to stop animal cruelty, and to not support the exploitation of animal species for the pleasure or for fashion. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else wishing to testify on this measure? Okay, members' questions. Representative Ward.
Thank you, Chair. The the gentleman on Zoom, who I think is the Natural Fibers Coalition or something to that effect, I think. Is there a Natural Fibers or something?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Mike Brown.
Okay. You mentioned something very quickly which I didn't catch, but you referenced Denmark as having done something. Could you repeat that?
Yes. I want to say it was 2020 during the early on stages of the COVID pandemic. Several mink farms, mink obviously being incredibly susceptible to COVID during that time period. Mink did catch COVID. The Denmark Parliament ordered the immediate culling of those mink, only to then find out that they went above and beyond their statutory authority and that it wasn't necessary. So since that point in time, mink across the country, across the U.S. as well as the globe, have since been vaccinated. So 100% of mink farms have vaccinated their mink. So the idea that a mink coat causes some type of hormonal imbalance to those who wear it, or that a mink coat causes this issue or that issue is just it's a bit much, and as I mentioned before, it kind of plays into the hyperbole. But to answer your question, that situation did happen in Denmark, and since then, members of the Denmark Parliament who led that charge have since been brought up on charges, as well as had to make a public apology. Farming in Denmark has since been allowed.
Okay. Are you familiar with the Northern European, Finland, and maybe Norway, Sweden? Do they have any fur bans? Or maybe closer at home, does Alaska have fur bans?
No. Sir, to answer your question, there's only one state that has banned the retail sale of fur, that is California. There are several small cities in Massachusetts as well as Florida. Not one have any type of a retail presence, and largely it was driven by misinformation, much like unfortunately we've seen here.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Any additional questions? Okay, we're gonna move on to the next bill, Senate Bill 182 SB1 HT1, relating to disclosure of financial interests, Hawaii State Ethics Commission.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, aloha. My name is Robert Harris, testifying on behalf of the State Ethics Commission. We are in support of this measure, and we appreciate the Chair hearing it. This is a housekeeping measure, so I won't belabor it too much. Although housekeeping measures maybe aren't sexy, this one is important. It does try to make sure that the financial disclosure fines are fair and uniform among the different categories of folks that are required to file financial disclosure statements. It also simplifies the enforcement process. Currently, we are spending this year alone probably in the magnitude of $10,000 to collect after financial disclosure statements. We'd like to try to find a more efficient and fair process. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else wishing to testify on this measure? Members, questions? Okay, seeing none, we're going to move on to the next bill, Senate Bill 1076 HD1, relating to elections. First up is Office of Elections.
Good afternoon. The office will stand on its written testimony, providing comments, and will be available to answer any questions. Thank you.
Stonewall Caucus of the Democratic Party of Hawaii.
Good afternoon. Michael Gloyu Jr., Chair of the Stonewall Caucus. We stand in strong support of this measure. This will help educate voters to make sure when they go to vote, they know what they're voting for and who they're voting for. So we encourage you to pass this out. Mahalo.
Okay, thank you. Next is Community Alliance on Prisons.
Good afternoon, Chair Yamashita, Vice Chair Kitagawa, and members of the committee. Kat Brady testifying on behalf of Community Alliance on Prisons, and we really appreciate your scheduling this bill. We know that a vibrant democracy really depends on an informed electorate, so we really support this bill. Mr. Nago testified before and gave the cost would be $171,248, and I broke it out for Wham, he actually broke out the thing, and I put it in my testimony so you can see. So we really want to increase our voting numbers, and to have a fully functioning participatory democracy, we need to engage people. So anything that we can do to educate voters is really important, and we hope you believe that too.
Okay, thank you. Next is League of Women Voters.
Good afternoon. I'm Janet Mason, testifying for the League of Women Voters. Thank you very much for hearing this bill. The League strongly supports this bill. It would provide for a digital voter information guide posted on the website of the Office of Elections. The guide would have two main features: candidate statements and simple explanations of any ballot questions, either constitutional amendments or charter amendments at the county level. This kind of guide is common in all four Western states that I mentioned in my testimony: Colorado, Oregon, Washington, and California. It's considered an essential public service, and this is how the League looks at this situation. Usually the voter education guides are produced by election officials. The distribution of the election guide described in the bill is very efficient. It would be a digital version of the guide, but people who do not have access to the internet are not overlooked. 50 paper copies of the guide would be distributed to each of the public libraries. The Office of Elections has requested $171,248 to implement this bill for the 2024 elections. We sincerely hope the committee will give this favorable attention. Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone else wishing to testify on this measure? Okay, seeing none, members, questions? Representative Board.
Kat Brady, please. Kat, I like your statement about we have to educate voters, get them educated. Do you have any reference to other states that do this, and did their voting participation rates go up?
Well, Janet mentioned, the League of Women Voters mentioned the 4 other states, but I don't know.
It'll come to mind. She's listed. Janet, are you there?
Yes.
Do you have other states in the records who put, or on the record, that did this and then their voting changed from this rate of participation to a different rate?
I mentioned 4 of the Western states. I didn't research every state in the country. They're common in Washington, California, Oregon, and Colorado. I don't know that there's conclusive proof that such information guides will result in increased voter participation. That would be very difficult to prove conclusively, but anything that can be done to make it easier for registered voters to vote is a good idea.
Totally agree. Totally agree. I mean, we need to educate, but remember, we were promised when we went to all mail, we were going to increase our voter participation, and it went up and then it came back down. So I just wanted to see if there's any numbers. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions? Okay, Representative Kobayashi.
For Office of Elections, what would you think about having statements which are longer than 150 words for people who are running for statewide office or for federal office?
You know, the only impact that would have would be on the translation costs, because translations are done by word, the amount of words. So the more lengthy the statement, the higher translation costs are going to be, and we are required by federal law to translate into 3 languages, and I believe the bill calls for a 4th language in Hawaiian. So it's just going to impact the translation cost.
So it would be doable.
It would be doable, but you also have to keep in mind that we want to have this posted up before ballots go out, which is 45 days prior to the election. So the more we have to translate, the longer it's going to take for us to put it up.
What I'm thinking is that for certain of these bigger races, 150 words is just not enough. And, you know, I don't know what the magic number of words would be, but I would think that this is a good case of one size does not fit all, and whether it be 2 categories or 3 categories or whatever, certain races I would think would merit a longer set of information. Anyway, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions? Okay, we're gonna move on to the next bill, Senate Bill 1005, SD2, HD1, relating to the election of the president. First up is Office of Elections.
Good afternoon. The Office of Elections will stand on its written testimony providing comments and will be available to answer any questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Stonewall Caucus of Democratic Party of Hawaii.
Good afternoon again, Michael Gloria Jr., Chair of the Stonewall Caucus. We stand in opposition to this bill because besides it being a direct violation of our Constitution, the Democratic Party of Hawaii's Constitution and resolutions, there are many more ways that we feel that you could better spend this money that would be required in this bill. As we're seeing, now that the counties are now weighing in, we're looking at it could be over $5 million for a standalone presidential primary, which would, in some cases, not impact the outcome of who's going to be the Libertarian candidate. So, yeah, as you, I know you've heard that there's better ways to spend this money. We think like homeless youth shelters, making sure students are fed, rather than a partisan act. So we encourage you to hold this bill in committee. Mahalo.
Okay, thank you, Democratic Party of Hawaii.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Dennis Jung. I'm the state chair of Democratic Party of Hawaii. Notwithstanding what you just heard, the Democratic Party of Hawaii, through the State Central Committee, the governing body of the Democratic Party of Hawaii, unanimously agreed to support this provision. I noted in my written testimony the fact that it is true that our Constitution stands in opposition to this. But for decades, we have elected every one of you, our governor, lieutenant governor, members of the state senate, all of these positions have been elected through open elections, notwithstanding what is written historically in our Constitution. We urge you to consider seriously the granting of this bill in terms of moving it forward. We feel that this is a very important measure at a very important time, and we urge you to support it. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Bart Dane.
Aloha, Chair Yamashita and Vice Chair Kitagawa and members of the committee. My name is Bart Dame. I'm speaking as an individual. That gives the party plausible deniability. But my experience is rooted in many, many years of working in Democratic presidential campaigns. So it does reflect an experience that comes from the Democratic Party. The number of Hawaii residents who are wanting to vote in presidential nomination process has grown considerably over the years. My testimony largely rests upon 3 charts, if you look at it. Chart number 1 shows you which states currently have government-provided presidential primaries. It's 44 out of the 50 states. There are only 6 states that are still using a party caucus or a party-run primary system. And of those, only Hawaii is a Democratic-run state. I mention party stuff not because I think the Republicans are opposed to government primaries, but because the DNC has made it a strong point. They want to have a shift to government-run primaries, and we call upon you and hope that you would support that call. There are territories which are still using caucuses, and we're lumped in with American Samoa, Guam, Northern Marianas, and the Virgin Islands. But the 2 largest territories, Puerto Rico and Washington, D.C., both use government-run presidential primaries. The next chart I give you shows you the historical experience of the Democratic Party and the growth in the number of people wanting to participate in our presidential caucuses. It's on chart number 2. It shows that in 1988, which is the first presidential campaign I was involved in at a high level here in Hawaii, was Michael Dukakis versus Jesse Jackson. Less than 5,000 members, party members in the entire state participated in that presidential caucus, in the entire state. And then it dropped down to, in 1992, when it was Bill Clinton versus others, only 3,000 people statewide. That we built our infrastructure of having precinct meetings and caucuses in the local schools based on numbers of 5,000, 3,000, and 4,000 people. In 2008, when it was Barack Obama versus Hillary Clinton, suddenly there was a massive influx of people, and we had 37,500 people participate. And it was unwieldy for us. Those of you who participated in that might remember the long lines, cars trying to get in the parking lots. We ran out of ballots. We used cardboard boxes to have handwritten ballots. And that experience replicated itself in 2016 when it was Hillary Clinton versus Bernie Sanders. We had 33,700 people participate. And we were kind of proud that we were able to pull it off, despite the load and everything. But we should have been a little more humble and should have been a little more cognizant of how much hardship this imposed on voters. In 2020, we had 35,000, but we had shifted to a party-run mail-in voting system. The problems were more invisible with the party-run system. People may not be on the membership rolls, for example. In the past, when it was in person, people would show up and they said, I've been a member for 30 years. Why am I not on this list? Okay, fill out this form. You can correct it there. When we went to a mail-in thing, people lost that opportunity. So there weren't the same kinds of visible problems, but doesn't mean there weren't any problems. But the one problem that became more worse, to use a technical term, more worse, was the security of a voting system. Because we do have an expert here in voting systems here in Mr. Nago. There are no government-approved mail-in voting systems that I'm aware of where they do not verify the signatures on the return votes. That is a basic requirement for the integrity of a mail-in voting system. And the parties do not have access to that database of signatures. So we conducted our election in 2020 without having that safeguard of being able to verify the signatures of people. So that's a problem that persists, and if we do it again in the next time, we will not be able to do that. Third, I want to point out compare how many people voted in our party-run presidential primary in 2020. 35,000 people participated. Meanwhile, in the government-run primary, over 306,000 voted. In other words, 9 times as many people voted in the normal primary system run by the state. Now, that's multiple primaries. Right now, the state runs partisan primaries for the office of State House, State Senate, U.S. Congress, U.S. Senate, governor, and lieutenant governor. Those are all partisan primaries. But they're being run by the state using state equipment and state technology. Only the presidential primary doesn't have those kinds of safeguards, and we think it's time for that to happen. So I urge you to pass this vote, and it's really a matter of empowering or granting to Hawaii voters an equal chance to participate in the selection of the presidential candidates of the parties, which is already granted to 44 other states, and that number is shrinking. The number of states that are going to use caucuses is shrinking with each cycle, and I hope that we can get on board on this. Thank you very much for your consideration.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else wishing to testify on this measure? Okay, seeing none, questions, members? Representative Ward.
Mr. Dane, please. Bart. Thank you for all your charts and factual information. But is it the essence of the election, those who come out in the general? I know this is for the presidential primary, which you said this is going to be able to probably enhance the participation. But does it actually in the general election have as equally a sustainable impact?
I'm trying to understand your question.
In other words, this is about the presidential primary.
Yes.
That's not the general election.
Yes.
The ultimate test of an election is at the general level, not the primary level. Or are
Well,
you saying that it's the primary level that really counts most?
No. I think both levels count. I think the gubernatorial primary, which picks the Republican and Democratic and Libertarian candidates for governor, is an important part of a democratic voting system. I think that extends also to the selection of president. I think that the parties all benefit by having there be broad participation in the selection of their presidential candidates. It helps build the party brand, party loyalty, and turnout.
And where is that broken? Where is that system broken right now? In that, what you just said?
Well, I'm sure that you Republicans handle it much more competently than we Democrats.
I'm not sure of that.
But I think we're a little ahead of you in terms of the workload. As I understand it, in 2016, you folks had 15,800 or so votes that were cast in your caucus system. And it was a little unwieldy, and it was a little probably exciting for those of you who turned out in your meetings. But our number was larger, and frankly, we strained under the load. And I think psychologically we took pride in it. It was like, wow, look at this outwelling of support. People want to participate. Isn't this great? And so you can understand emotionally how that would feel. But from the point of view of those people who turned out, and this was them trying to vote for the presidential candidate, they were frustrated. They had to wait in lines. I'm ashamed. I'm getting older now. But the old people who had to wait in lines in the sunshine, often without a place to sit in order to be able to get in and have their ballots processed. We tried to process their ballots. We tried to register them to vote, have them join party organizations. It was too unwieldy. And in addition to that, the security problem of us not being able to verify the signatures on the return envelopes of the mail-in system, that causes me concern as someone who's deeply involved in election integrity issues.
So this bill says the government can do it better than we and our parties have been able to do heretofore.
I think that's true about the Democrats. I can't speak for the Republicans.
Well, I'm not sure both systems are equally, I'm not sure that they're broken so much as they kind of get cobbled together. But this is turning it over to Mr. Nagu and the elections office for, I guess, just a bit of short of a few $1 million to do it.
I think just short of 5, I think is the
Is it short of
complete figure.
5 million?
Yes, and that's over 4 years, understand. 5.
Let me go back to my initial question. Is it sustainable in the primary turnout that they will turn out in the general election? To me, because that's the gold standard of who wins and who doesn't win, not the primaries, but generally the gold standard. And we've got it where if we took all this room together, probably maybe only 10 of us would actually end up signing up and going out and voting. It's the turnout, the signing up and the turnout is really low, given what we presently have. How much will yours goose it up?
Well, it's hard to we have to anticipate, is there going to be an exciting presidential race in the parties in 2024? I can't predict for the Democrats. Probably it's going to look boring on our side. It may look exciting on your side. So that will lead to greater turnout. I think if you look at historically what has happened when there is a government sponsored thing, it does lead to increase. I heard your question before, is it going to lead to a massive increase? I will say it'll jump certainly above 100,000
What's
on
the
the
experience
Democratic
rating
side.
in those other 44 states that you say have this?
Excuse me?
The experience rating of the other 44 states, you say they already have this in effect?
Many of them have had it in effect for a long time. Some have just converted. Washington State just converted recently. Nevada, for the first time in 2024, will be running a state
And what are
run.
their general election turnout rates?
That I haven't looked at that question.
To me, the metrics will really explain whether it's worth the dollar amount. But
Hopefully our turnout will go up and yours will go down.
I appreciate your fervor and your your balance. Thank you, Mr. Dane. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Any further questions? Okay, thank you. We're going to move on to the next bill, Senate Bill 627 HD1 relating to campaign finance. First up is Campaign Spending Commission.
Good afternoon, Chair Yamashita, Vice Chair Kitagawa, members of the committee. My name is Gary Kam. The commission has submitted brief testimony in support of this bill, and I will just stand on that testimony. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next is Vote Mama Foundation.
Yes, present. Aloha, my name is Louisa Dugan, and I'm submitting testimony on behalf of Vote Mama Foundation in strong support of Senate Bill 627. As someone from Hawaii who dreams of becoming a mother and hopes to run for office one day, I'm honored and privileged to be speaking before you today on a piece of legislation that would directly benefit everyday caregivers throughout my home state at no cost to taxpayers. Childcare obligations are one of the major factors families consider when weighing their decision to run for office. In many states, it costs more to send an infant to childcare than a mortgage payment. This is not an expense working families can take on, especially when campaigning. By passing Senate Bill 627 into law, the Hawaii State Legislature has the opportunity to strengthen access to democracy for everyday parents and caregivers, addressing the structural barriers like the cost of childcare that prohibit working parents from running for and serving in office, furthers our notions of good governance and equality. This legislation would advance public trust in how candidates can and do use their campaign funds on expenses directly related to campaign activities. In 2018, the Federal Election Commission approved federal candidates' option to spend campaign funds on childcare through a unanimous bipartisan vote. However, this ruling does not apply to state and local candidates. Vote Mama Foundation is working to approve the use of campaign funds for dependent care by state and local candidates in all 50 states. As of today, 28 states, both Democratic and Republican, have brought their state statutes in line with federal regulations. States like Colorado, Illinois, Vermont, and Washington all allow for candidates to use their campaign dollars on expanded caregiver expenses to include those for any dependent, just as this bill does. This is a bipartisan initiative for moms and dads alike. As with any other campaign finance allowance, this bill creates an option for use and is not a mandate. Candidates do not have to use campaign funds on caregiving expenses if they do not want to. Even better, this common sense solution is at no cost to taxpayers. Strengthening access to democracy and making democratic systems more available to all Hawaii residents is a cornerstone of this legislature's values and ideals. I urge the House Finance Committee to support Senate Bill 627 and vote it out of committee. Thank you for your time and consideration, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else wishing to testify on this measure? Okay, we have one more on Zoom. Please proceed.
Aloha, Finance Committee. Again, I'm Maui County Council Member Kiani Rollins Fernandez, testifying in strong support of SB 627, which would allow candidates seeking election to use campaign funds for childcare and vital household-dependent care costs under certain conditions. While this bill is intended for everyone, regardless of gender, it would certainly help to address the structural sexism baked into the patriarchal political systems, as gender roles have primarily saddled women with dependent care. And as a result, we see 35% of women in the legislature, only 35%, and 1 in 7 of the council members female on the Kauai County Council. It is in the public's interest to have the largest pool of qualified candidates as possible for our electorate to vote on. So in conclusion, I strongly support this and urge you to pass it. Mahalo for this opportunity to testify.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else wishing to testify? Questions, members? Okay, we're going to move on to the next bill, Senate Bill 51, SD1, HD1, relating to campaign finance. First up is campaign spending.
Good afternoon, Chair Yamashita, Vice Chair Kitagawa, members of the committee. The commission has submitted brief written testimony in support of this measure, and I will just stand on that written testimony. Thank you.
Thank you. That's all we have signed up to testify. Is anyone else wishing to testify? Okay, members, questions? Okay, thank you. We're going to move on to the next bill, Senate Bill 1543 SD2 HD1, relating to public finance for candidates to elected office. First up is campaign spending. Since you're here.
Good afternoon, Chair Yamashita, Vice Chair Kitagawa, members of this committee. The commission would ask that this committee consider reinserting the appropriation language in Section 7, I believe, which would allow the commission to hire 2 temporary full-time employees to help administer this comprehensive plan. Other than that, I'll just stand on the written testimony that the commission has submitted. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Next is Hope Services Hawaii on Zoom.
Okay. Aloha, my name is Kristen Ellis, and I'm here on behalf of Hope Services Hawaii. We are the largest homeless services nonprofit on Hawaii Island, and I want to thank you for hearing this bill and strongly voice our support for it. When we get this bill passed, we have the opportunity to have a representative democracy that includes people from all walks of life, and that includes the folks with lived experience in homelessness and in housing insecurity and in working in those fields. People who have their boots on the ground and who know what the people that are most likely to be impacted by this body's policies are experiencing. When we have that equality, we can get so much closer to a democracy that fulfills the needs of our community. Mahalo for hearing my testimony. Please pass this bill.
Thank you. Next is Holomoa Collaborative. Not here. Our Revolution Hawaii on Zoom.
Yeah, yes, aloha. Thank you so much for hearing this bill. Dave Marks representing Hawaii's 5,000 members statewide. Since the Citizens United decision, the amount of money being spent on large donors to affect results of elections have increased exponentially, with the cost of elections skyrocketing. In 2020, $10 million was spent on the Wisconsin State Supreme Court race. Now, in 2023, $45 million was spent on the exact same race. Citizens United is a guarantee that we now have the best government money can buy. With last year's convictions of Senator English and Representative Cullen for cash bribes, it's clear that the legislature must do everything in its power to remove the influence that money has on our politics. This influence of big money on elections has seriously impacted the public's trust in government, which you can clearly see through Hawaii's extremely low voter turnout rates. Public financed elections is one of the most important ways to free our state political system from undue influence from corporations, businesses, and special interest groups, and help rebuild public trust in government. 3/4 of Hawaii's voters support public finance elections. The system worked well for Hawaii County in 2010 and 2012, and has been successful in Connecticut and Maine, where they have seen very positive results, including greater electoral competition, more women candidates, more diversity, and especially increased voter turnout. Please pass SB 1543 and help restore this people's trust in our government. Mahalo for hearing this legislation, and please pass it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Next is Huli Pak. Not present. Okay, next is Ara Hawaii.
Aloha kako, and mahalo to you, Chair Yamashita, and Vice Chair Kitagawa, for hearing this bill. Very, very happy to be here at this hearing today with you all. My name is Evan Weber. I'm one of the co-founders of Our Hawaii. We have been building a movement to get Hawaii to work for local working families, Kama'aina and Kanaka Maoli, not big money interests. And since the start of this year, I've also been coordinating the Clean Elections Hawaii Coalition, which represents dozens of leading advocacy organizations across the islands who have been working in support of this legislation. And frankly, this moment, this is a final hearing for this bill that has passed rigorous review from other committees, and we really hope that you'll strongly consider it and allocate funds to make it a possibility. I'm feeling a little poetic this afternoon. I've been sitting waiting to talk for a while, so I'm going to talk about 3 Ps. Okay, so the public policy, the people's support, and the political will. Okay, so the public policy is sound. This bill, like I said, has gone through many other committees, received amendments in all those other committees to strengthen it. It's also based off of existing successful models in other jurisdictions like Connecticut, Maine, Arizona, elsewhere. And yeah, it's undergone rigorous review by top public policy experts like Colin Moore at the University of Hawaii, which produced a brief that I think has been submitted to your committee for testimony as well. So the public policy is sound. The people's support is also there. This bill, as you probably saw in testimony, received a whopping 349 pages of supportive testimony, and not a single one in opposition. That's pretty much what we've seen in every other committee that this has gone through, and that really tracks with what we know to be true of Hawaii voters and the general public as well. Last year, our Hawaii did polling in the middle of the elections, and we saw that government corruption was a top issue for Hawaii voters. It came in number 3 as top issues, only behind inflation and the affordable housing crisis. Government corruption was number 3 behind that. And when asked specifically about this policy, people said that they would prefer a candidate across party lines, bipartisan support from voters, Republican, Independent, and Democrat, who supported this policy. 74% said that they would favor candidates who supported public financing of elections and ending corporate influence in our politics. And the last thing that I told you I would leave you with was the political will. But actually that one is up to you all. So I really hope that you will follow your colleagues in the Senate, in the Judiciary and Hawaiian Affairs Committee, and do what is right in this moment. I'll leave you with a few other P's. Please pass this bill, do what is Pono, and put a little money in it to make the program possible as well. Mahalo nui loa.
Okay, thank you. Next is the Stonewall Caucus of the Democratic Party of Hawaii.
Good afternoon again. Michael Gloria Jr., Chair of the Stonewall Caucus. We stand in strong support of this bill, not just because it's it's actual Democratic priority. It's because of the diversity of support. It's what makes sense. It will help get other candidates a chance to be able to run for office that just may not be able to have that ability. Or so it makes sense. It's something that the party's been fighting for ever since Citizens United. And we encourage you to pass this bill, put the money here, and thank you.
Okay, thank you. Hawaii Workers Center. Okay, not present. Matthew Geyer. Not present. Okay, next is Keanu Rollins Fernandez.
Aloha, Chair Yamashita, Vice Chair Kitagawa, and honorable committee members. I'm Maui County Council Member Keani Rollins Fernandez. Mahalo for the opportunity to testify for the last time today, I promise, in strong support of HB 1543 relating to public financing for candidates to elected office, and mahalo for scheduling this game-changing measure that I urge you all to vote in favor of passage today. This bill is about empowering our working class, making our voices matter after disparity was created by the U.S. Supreme Court's devastating decision in Citizens United case, which created a system of legal bribery. I'll echo the reasons given by previous testifiers in support why passing this bill is imperative in addressing corruption in politics. I know some of you on this committee have participated in our state's partial public funding program. In the last 3 elections, I participated in that program and prevailed each time. And it was in large part due to that program. It made a significant difference for me as a grassroots candidate who represents the voices in our community that could not possibly match the kind of funding that corporations flood into our elections, particularly in Maui County. The voices who have grown to become apathetic to participating in government after years of not addressing their priorities. A comprehensive public funding campaign would be far superior by completely removing private funding. While my personal preference would be to start this program next election, I can support the recommendation from the Campaign Spending Commission to start in 2026 to give them more time to roll out the program. And I also speak in support of providing the Commission the staffing they need to establish this program. This bill would also benefit the community by enabling a larger pool of qualified candidates, particularly grassroots candidates. Mahalo again for this opportunity to testify in strong support. Let's clean up our elections. Mahalo.
Thank you. Next is Don Moraes Webster. Oh, there we go.
Good afternoon, Chair Yamashita, Vice Chair Kitagawa. Thank you very much for holding this hearing. You have my written testimony, so I won't repeat it. I'm here as an independent citizen and as a person of faith in this Easter week because this is a season of hope. I'm sure you've been following the many media reports, the many voices clamoring, imploring, pleading with you to make public financing of elections a reality this session. People want to believe in their elected leaders. They really do. But their confidence can only come if your actions speak louder than your words. Yes, we are grateful for this hearing, but it would be a hollow accomplishment if that is all we are left with. You have the opportunity to restore the bruised and battered reputation of the legislature. Voters are rooting for you to do the right thing and pass this bill. After the scandals and corruption of that are still in the news today, today's paper carried it, and the growing distrust among voters about whether government works for them, a bill like this one could do so much to restore confidence in our elected leaders. Because, as so many have pointed out, many good things flow out of public financing of our elections. We know it works. We know its benefits far outweigh its costs. We know we desperately need new leaders to rise up from the next generation if we are to address the challenges that face Hawaii. Public financing will do that. It will encourage and empower a new generation of candidates. None of us is immortal. Our biggest contribution as leaders could be to prepare a path for others to follow so that the good work you do can continue. You have the power to create that path by passing this bill today. In the spirit of hope that is Easter, I implore you to make this hearing be more than just a token process. Make it mean something real by moving this bill forward. Voters will see you for the heroes that you can be, and Hawaii will be a better, healthier place and a better democracy if you do so. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next is Janet Mason.
Thank you, Chair Yamashita, Vice Chair Kitagawa, and committee members. I submitted personal testimony on this bill, which I strongly support. I was fortunate to be a member of the Commission to Improve Standards of Conduct, and this commission advocated providing funds, additional funds to candidates because we found that public funding expands the reach of many small donors and can relieve candidates of the need to rely on the support of special interest groups or large donors. I'm very happy and grateful that you heard this bill, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. Next is Dale Head.
Hey, aloha, Finance Chair Yamashita and Vice Chair Kitagawa, the state members. Yeah, I wholly support this bill, and I'd like to use this brief time to educate you just one example of how dark money works in our legislature. I got a bill introduced a couple years ago, passed the House, it was blocked in the Senate. On a hunch, I had a look at a website called followthemoney.org. I found a top donor to that chair had testified against the bill in the House. Well, that's life. A couple years go by, I get another voting rights bill introduced for our HOAs. Those are homeowner associations. And this time it was killed in the House. Didn't even get over to the Senate. So it was a dead bill. Could not go to the governor's desk, of course, because it's been deferred. But then, to my shock, the Senate chair, who blocked the effort 2 years before, scheduled a hearing and did a gut and replace on it. And she's laughing on her way out to retirement. This is really unfair. That House chair had gotten money from the same donor from Maya, an attorney. This is out of public view. You really have to dig to find this stuff. Only through public monies to candidates can dark money be resolved. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Shannon Matson. Not present. Okay, Nate Hicks.
Aloha, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Nate Hicks here testifying as an individual. I want to echo the thoughts that were given by the previous testifiers and want to highlight the cost of this game-changing program is very little. The initial appropriation ask was for $30 million, and that would be enough to fund our program for over 3 years period. $10 million is the high estimate for if we had high participation rates amongst candidates across the states. This is a very low price tag for us to be able to afford this amazing program, and I think that we should more than invest into saving our democracy. Appreciate the time, and thank you for your support. Mahalo.
Okay, thank you. Next is David McCluskey.
Good afternoon. I'm David McCluskey. I'm a former Connecticut State Representative. I actually served on the working group that created the public financing in Connecticut. I submitted written testimony. I just wanted to highlight a couple things. I've run under both the old rules and on public financing. Let me tell you, public financing is much better. I was thinking about it, waiting to testify today, and had I run under public financing my first time, I would have probably had a lot less stress in my life. I was not the best known candidate of the two that were running in an election cycle that was not great for my party that year. Had I run under public financing, I think it would have been much easier for me to have won my race, which was a closer race for me. I wanted to say public financing, at least in Connecticut and how we've designed it, is actually easy to qualify. In particular, I would say with online donating, you can qualify in a week or two. It'll take you some time for the Elections Enforcement Commission to validate it in Connecticut, but the actual exercise of qualifying can become very rapidly. Then you can spend your time actually contacting voters. In Connecticut, for most of our races, between 90 to 100% of the candidates actually participate in public financing. The ones that don't are generally self-funders or people that are really not that particularly a serious candidate. And I want to give you the final concrete example. This past election cycle, a former state senator who's a millionaire, had been defeated previously, I think 2 election cycles before. She ran again as a self-funder, and she lost to a publicly financed candidate in an election cycle that was more beneficial to her. So just if you have this system, it's not unilateral disarmament. You can win against a self-funding candidate because you got enough resources with the system and public financing. Be happy to answer any questions you have.
Thank you very much. Next up to testify is Dr. Joe Ritter.
I note with apologies, the header on my online submission is incorrect, and I've provided a copy with the correct title to the staff in front. Honorable Chair Yamashita, when he returns, and Vice Chair Kitagawa, and House Finance Committee members. I'm Dr. Joe Ritter. I'm testifying as a private citizen with comments on SB 1543. If this committee, in its wisdom, decides to pass this bill, I respectfully request an amendment. A premise of this bill is that candidates who opt in must collect many small donations. In a typical local House district race, for example on Maui, the bill would require knocking on doors by a large fraction, for a large fraction of the required 200 donations. I point out that 14% of our society is mobility disabled, and that number is growing. Indeed, many of us here will experience this in our lifetime. I myself had a broken spine, and I stand here today testifying for those unable to stand. In Hawaii, much campaigning is done by door knocking. Many mobility disabled candidates may be unable to walk up long or steep driveways in my district, or walk at all to solicit these required donations. Thus, this bill as written imposes a disparate, uneven challenge on those with a mobility disability. In an enlightened society, this is not acceptable. I therefore respectfully suggest there may be a need for an amendment, and to use the legal term from the 1990 federal ADA law, for reasonable accommodation of mobility disabled candidates. I don't need to remind the committee of invaluable contributions to our society of smart mobility disabled people like Democratic President Franklin Roosevelt, who served from his wheelchair, physicist Dr. Stephen Hawking, or heroes like Democratic Senator Tammy Duckworth. I respectfully suggest that to make this bill compliant with the principle of equality, and possibly with federal law, that if the chair and committee in their wisdom pass it, that it be amended to fairly adjust for mobility disabilities. For the mobility disabled, again, 1 out of 7 in our aging population, door knocking may be 10 times as hard or even impossible. As a compromise for legal, responsible, and legal reasonable accommodation, I would suggest that the $5 donation requirement be reduced by 2/3 for those with a certified mobility disability. And for that, verification certification be required by a Hawaii licensed MD or a federal agency in order to maintain the absolute integrity of this process. I thank you for considering this amendment and the fundamental principle of equality and equity in our outstanding democratic system, which we are all here to support. Thank you both for considering my testimony and for your dedicated service to our society.
Thank you very much. Next up to testify is Wallace Kobashi. Not here. Next up, Teresa Landro.
Thank you, Honorable Chairman and committee members. I'm Teresa Landro. I'm a citizen. I live in Mililani, and it's time. I'm just here to urge you that the citizens want to believe in a democracy, and yet the reality of corporate funding and money in politics, the law of Citizen United, really makes it hard to take that as a realistic chance for citizens to make a difference. So I just want to say we're watching. We want you to pass this bill. We strongly support it. And our democracy depends upon it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else here wishing to testify on this measure? Okay. Oh, okay. Shannon Matson on Zoom.
Apologies, Chair, Vice Chair, and committee members. I was in transport when you called my name originally. I am a resident on Hawaii Islands, and I fought for a clean elections pilot program at the county level a decade ago. And I am a candidate who has run twice now on the current, at the state level on the current system. And I am in favor of this bill, but I have a couple of concerns. And some of them echo what has already been mentioned. I did submit written testimony, and then I did actually speak to the Campaign Spending Commission. And I'm feeling a little bit more confident in the ability that hopefully the Campaign Spending Commission will have a method set up to receive electronic signatures. But I'm hoping that in this day and age that could be something that's permitted. If we need wet signatures, as one of the previous testifiers mentioned, that's not only going to pose a hardship for those with disabilities, mobility issues, but it's also just in general a very challenging thing to accomplish when you're potentially accepting $5 donations electronically as well. It would be great to have a methodology that we could collect those signatures electronically rather than needing to get them on paper. The other thing I wanted to add and highlight, my larger concern really is with the amounts that are being put forth in this bill, specifically in relation to the county council races on Hawaii Islands. If it's a contested race, right now we're only allocating in this bill a total of about $13,000, the exact amount I believe is $13,400 in the primary and $6,600 in the general election for a grand total of $20,000. And my understanding of the point of this legislation is to be able to run a competitive race on public funding. In the 2020 race, the winning candidate spent just under $40,000, and I believe over or just under $70,000 was spent by the challenger. So this bill would only be allocating half of that amount, and I don't believe that that's enough to run a competitive race if there is indeed a challenger. I believe part of this oversight could be in part due to the fact that this bill was drafted before the 2022 numbers were in. But also, since this bill doesn't go into effect until 2026, I would strongly encourage those in leadership to please move forward with the most up-to-date numbers and update those numbers to be reflective of the 2022 numbers, actual expenditures, as well as whatever happens in 2024. Please take those numbers into account so that we're truly moving forward with a public funding system that can actually accomplish the goals of truly making a more equitable playing field and creating leaders that are actually beholden to their constituents and not private interests. We need this legislation, but we need to make certain it's actually accessible, doable, and will really meet the basic costs associated with running and winning in a competitive race. Mahalo nui loa for your time.
Okay, thank you very much. Is there anyone else wishing to testify? Okay, go ahead.
Angela Melody Young testifying in strong support on behalf of CARES. And we are in support of a system of public financing, and it will help to facilitate a more transparent government process and accountability. Yeah, so we are in support of the system for the public financing. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you very much. Anyone else wishing to testify? Okay, seeing none, committee members, questions? Yes, Representative
Thank
Ward.
you, Chair. David McCluskey, are you still on Zoom? That is you. David, is that you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How long has Connecticut had campaign financing in the public arena?
Since the 2008.
2008. Okay, what's the experience rating in terms of socioeconomic diversity, gender, incumbent versus challengers, et cetera? What demographics have changed or remained the same?
Well, to be honest, I don't think public financing is not a magic bullet to make the legislature more representative. I don't think our percentage of women has increased significantly since public financing, but I do think it allows certain candidates in certain districts to be more viable candidates than they would be otherwise.
Do you have examples of that?
Yes.
That's a socioeconomic argument, right?
Well, I'll give you two examples. We had, in my old district, we had an endorsed Democratic candidate who was not very well known, but the party nominated her. A person that I thought was much more qualified was able to beat her in a primary. A similar thing happened in a big city of New Haven, where the party candidate was considered a machine candidate, if you will, and a more populist grassroots candidate got elected due to the fact that we had public financing.
Mm-hmm. Are you in Connecticut right now?
Yes, I am, sir.
Thank you for almost 11 o'clock in the evening wanting to testify in Hawaii. I appreciate you. Thank you.
It's my pleasure. I had to serve on the working group for public financing in my spare time and off the legislative session. So this is very important to me. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Any further questions, committee members? Representative Morikawa.
Thank you. I guess for the Campaign Spending Commission. Is Gary still there?
Yes.
Okay, Gary, is this still a choice? You can choose to do public and continue the other route?
Yeah, this would be a choice that candidate will be able to make. The existing program is provided in our state constitution, so we'll always, until that gets repealed, we'll always have to run it. So that's still going to be available to candidates who choose to participate or run under that partial program.
Oh, I mean, they can still do it through their regular donations?
Yes,
and not
yes.
participate in public funding?
Sorry,
Right.
yes.
Right, okay. Now you're saying that, I know everyone, when you mention public funding, is going to support it. The big question is, where is the money coming from? So you're saying that you need $30 million?
Yeah, that figure was in the bill that was drafted originally. We didn't have a part of that.
Okay. So right now you currently collect from the $3 donation through income tax filers, you collect about 100,000, is that correct? Each year?
I would have to check, but it's not that big of an amount. So the balance is, as it stated in my testimony, is about $1.6 million.
Yeah, right. So you're looking at another 29 million perhaps.
If that is, if the program is going to be running with that $30 million figure in mind.
Right. I kind of went through it real quickly, just anticipating a Republican and a Democrat running on public financing, and it came out pretty close to the 30 million. So I think that might be what that figure is. My big concern is is this being expected out of the general fund? So does that mean that we have to short another program for this?
I think this year the expectation is appropriation from the general fund. I know in the past, when there has been discussions of a comprehensive program, although this one is, for a better term, more comprehensive than what was discussed in the past. But I recall that there had always been discussions on needing a targeted source of income, but there's been no talk about, targeted source of funds for the program, but I have not heard any talk like that in testimony this year.
Okay, I'm just worried then when taxpayers hear that there is the election on your income tax write-off, yes, but then they're going to hear that, oh, my other tax revenue is going to go to funding political campaigns. That might become an issue, and that's just my concern, although I really do think that public funding is the way to get more people the ability to run for public office. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other questions? Yes,
Sure,
Representative Ward.
Could I follow up with that? On the tax return that we have, there's a checkoff box for campaign, public election fund. Do you have any numbers as to how many people check that box and how much money actually goes into that special fund? My wife has always asked me this question.
It's probably on our website or in our yearly report.
Just ballpark figures will do. I mean, is it a few thousand, a couple of million, or $500,000, or many?
It's nowhere near a million or $500,000.
So it's small in its dollar amount, and then the numbers are a few hundred or a few thousand people who do it?
I don't know the numbers. I think I can get that information to you.
That would be helpful, because as we hear, 70% are for it, but maybe they just don't want to pay for it.
Okay,
Thank you, Chair.
you want the numbers on the tax check off, as well as the total amount, correct?
Yes, thank you very much. We will wait for that later. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other questions? Okay, I have some questions for Campaign Spending Commission. So, in looking at this, it looks like there's 30 million, right, that's listed in here as like a base amount that you need. And in reading the bill, it says that people can apply after you get your, so many $5 donations, and then you get approved by the commission. What happens if it costs more than 30 million and people apply after all of the money's depleted? What would happen then? Do those candidates just not get any public financing?
Yeah, I suppose it's going to have to be on a first come, first served, or first certified.
Okay, so it would be a first come, first served. So even if, say, this person had lots of community support behind them, it would just be that, those people would not get anything.
If the funds run out, as the bill is currently written, there is a $30 million balance that has to be in the campaign fund. I think by December of the year preceding the general election, and if that amount is not there, then the program will not run.
Okay. Okay, I guess my other question then is, well, I guess I can foresee us going over 30 million in the sense that, it provides for most, like for House candidates, right, $50,000. For a Senate, it's $100,000. Those are a good amount of money, even more than you probably need to run a strong campaign. So I can foresee a lot of people wanting to participate in full public financing. And if that's the case, that 30 million may not be enough. And at that point, it seems unfair if it's on a first come, first serve type of basis, because then certain candidates, for whatever reason, they decide, a week later than someone else, when the money runs out, they wouldn't get it. So I guess that's just a concern to consider, that might not be enough. The other question I have is, are there safeguards in this bill or that campaign spending has considered as far as how publicly financed candidates spend their campaign funds. Because under current campaign law, candidates can spend their campaign funds to hire consultants, can hire campaign workers, and these people potentially could be your friends, could be your family. There's no guidelines as to who you need to hire. And then I'm also just wondering if there's also safeguards in place that says this money needs to be used for, say, marketing purposes, or you have to send out at least one mailer, or you have to do signs, or you have to do banners so that the public can actually see a product of where their taxpayer money is going to in funding these publicly funded elections or campaigns.
Okay, I'll try to answer that inquiry. So for candidates that are not running in the partial public right now, the spending is controlled by HRS 11-381, which has basically 8 categories of ways that campaign funds can be used. Under this comprehensive bill, and it's the same for the partial public financing program, you're only limited to spending in one category, and that's directly related to campaigning for your office. So all the other things like making donations, buying 2 tickets, and all of that does not apply to a publicly funded candidate.
Okay, but could they hire their family member as a consultant or a campaign employee?
We don't have anything preventing that.
So potentially someone could spend for a house race, $50,000 on all consulting fees.
If it's directly related to the campaign.
Okay, so there would be no safeguard in this bill written right now that would prohibit that kind of use of public taxpayer money towards that publicly funded campaign.
Well, the bill talks about if you you have to identify, the end, the user or where the money goes to, your consultants. You have to specify. If the consultant further spends the money on other people for that purpose, then those people would have to be disclosed also.
Okay. So what about campaign workers, for example? If you hired, say, I'm just thinking of the worst case scenario, right? Because you're given like 50,000, say, for a house seat. Could you potentially hire 10 of your friends at $5,000 to do your door knocking or whatever it is, or even not door knocking, maybe they knock on a couple of doors, but could they use taxpayer money to do that? I'm just wondering what the safeguards are in place to make sure that there are serious candidates in place who are going to use the money for campaign, related expenses where they will not be able to sort of skirt the system.
Yeah, I think it is important that we monitor the monies being spent. But if a candidate chooses to hire a family member to do, and it's legitimately for directly related to that candidate's campaign, then it would be allowed under this bill.
Okay. Thank you very much. Yes, Representative Kobayashi.
For Campaign Spending Commission, I think the general idea of a publicly financed campaign is good, but the dollar amounts that are in the bill are huge, like $30 million. I think maybe you should find a way to start small and maybe grow up. So possibly it would be, if you have $30 million, you'll do this. If you have $20 million, you'll do another thing. If you have $10 million, you do a third thing. And either you can start with the big races and fund those, or the opposite. You can start financing the small races, then work up depending on the amount of money you have. But getting this started, I think, might be what you need, because we've already had successful, I think successful, public financing on Big Island county races. And I think that if you can start with some sort of public financing, demonstrate that it's worthwhile and good, that would be a big and important start in doing this statewide race, you know, from the biggest election to the smallest election. Anyway, that's a comment. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Any additional questions?
I'll ask one. So, you know, if we just use simplistic math, following up all this line of questioning, right? So, do you think that based on your experience on collections for this publicly financed current program, that there is an appetite for, and let's just say you needed $30 million, and let's say that's 1 million people, that people are willing to put $30 to public financing based on your experience of what's going on, what you're collecting now?
You mean like a tax
Well,
check?
you know, is there an appetite for people to do that?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Can I add that the 30 million figure that is floating around is only in the bill where it tells the commission what the threshold needs to be before the program is going to run. And I think it's in there because originally the bill had appropriated $30 million for the program, but that was blanked out. So there actually is no appropriation for the amount. And I think pursuant to the request of a sponsor of this bill, we did a calculation of how much would it take to have, I think it was, it could have been 2, but I think it was 1 candidate in each office receiving comprehensive funding in the 2024 election. And I think that figure was a little over $8 million. And for the 2026 election, probably because there is the governor's race in there, it was a little over 10 million. So, you know, it's just a matter of where, how much the legislature wants to spend, and the higher you go, the more people can participate. You know, the less appropriated, the lesser amount of people can participate. And when it comes to the pilot program on the Big Island, that was scheduled to run for 3 elections, but we could only run it for 2 because we ran out of money. There was a threshold in there that if we went below it, we wouldn't run the program, and we hit that bottom threshold. So yeah, I mean, the money is important for a comprehensive program.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, is there any further questions from members? Okay, thank you. We're going to move on to the final bill. Moving on to Senate Bill 1230 SD2 HD1 relating to firearms. First up is DBID. Not here. Okay, next is the Attorney General.
Chair Yamashita, Vice Chair Kitagawa, and members of the committee, my name is Dave Day. I am the Special Assistant to the Attorney General, Ann Lopez. The Department of the Attorney General strongly supports this bill. Now, after 3 months of hearings, the bones of this bill are well known to many who have been testifying continuously throughout, but here are the basics. The purpose of this bill is to reframe Hawaii's gun laws in Chapter 134, HRS, in light of the U.S. Supreme Court's case of New York State Rifle and Pistol Association versus Bruin, which basically adopted a new standard that needed to be followed when analyzing cases under the Second Amendment. As a result, what this bill does is reframe existing laws and updates concealed carry laws, in particular, the Bruin case related to concealed carry. It provides for sensitive locations and regulates how a person carries a license, among other things. But given that this is the last hearing where I'll have an opportunity to speak, I wanted to emphasize two things. Why the Department of the Attorney General strongly supports this bill, and particularly why it believes in this bill, and what you can expect if it does pass. Now, after the Bruin decision came out in late June of 2022, the Department of the Attorney General immediately jumped into action. And the reason for this was because under the Bruin case, the laws in question that were directly at issue were so-called may issue concealed carry permits. That was we were one of 6 or 7 states where that happened. We had put out an Attorney General opinion immediately that addressed that situation. After this, we immediately began work on a bill, a comprehensive omnibus bill, which is basically the bones of which you see here today. The department, in doing this, put its best people on the job. I would like to just emphasize this because of the seriousness of which we take this issue and the pride in which we take in the work product. We're talking about Ninth Circuit law clerks who then became some of our best attorneys in the department. Law clerks for Chief Justice Rechtenwald, for instance, who have worked on this bill continuously, hundreds of hours of work and detailed legal analysis. Into this bill when the Department of the Attorney General collaborated with numerous government entities, with legislators, the head of the judiciary committees, police departments, prosecutor's office, different organizations that would basically allow us to strengthen this, along with other states, to determine what their analyses were post-Bruin. This involved an analysis of new and existing laws, as well as old ones as well. The people who have worked on this bill are public servants who care deeply about protecting the people of the state, while also protecting the constitutional rights of the people. Through the legislative process, this bill has gotten stronger, and in many respects, it has actually struck a balance, you may say, between protecting people's right to live securely in society, along with Second Amendment rights. For example, in making this bill, the previous amendment had been made that the permit for concealed carry should be increased to 4 years and should be applicable statewide. That is something that we agree with as being less burdensome to allow people to exercise their rights. On the other hand, through the legislative process, additional sensitive locations have been added to the bill, which increase the bill's protection, so it's a balance. Now, what you can expect moving forward. At the last hearing before this, and in basically every hearing, it's not a secret, is that some people will testify today perhaps, but they definitely have before, that they say that they are going to sue us if this bill passes. That's just a fact. I don't doubt that they're thinking about it, and I'm not going to pretend that they aren't thinking about it. But what we can say to you is this. The Department of the Attorney General will work, if asked, with the conference committee, if this bill passes through, to ensure that your intent is effectuated and to ensure that the bill has the highest possibility of surviving any constitutional challenge. The department is prepared to defend every word of this bill in court if challenged, and we have plans in place for doing so. While we cannot predict the future, what we can tell you is that this is a novel area of the law. This is something where a new test was formulated just less than a year ago, one that is unique in the law. There are 688 district court judges in this country. There have been several rulings that have come out. I have a binder this thick of cases. There's only about a handful of them where we have specific judges that say something bad about gun laws. Most of them, including some that came out in just the past few weeks, upheld laws, for instance, in New York, regarding concealed carries. In New Jersey, about who is allowed to have these have weapons and what are the characteristics of a person that the state is allowed to look at when deciding upon whether or not somebody is safe to have a gun. These are some things that have upheld and held up under constitutional standards. So, while we cannot predict the future, what we can tell you is this: the Department of the Attorney General and Attorney General Ann Lopez is committed to doing everything we can to defend your work in this legislature in protecting the people of this state. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Next is the Stonewall Caucus of the Democratic Party of Hawaii.
Good evening, Michael Glory Jr., Chair of the Stonewall Caucus of the Democratic Party of Hawaii. We stand in strong support of this bill. We want it to go on record that there is no such thing as a good guy with a gun stopping a bad guy with a gun. The studies are not there. The studies are there that show you put a gun in someone's hand, they're 3 times more likely to commit suicide with that gun. The studies are there to show that putting more guns on your streets make it less safe. So you hear that if you hear the lie today, just know it is a lie, that there's no such thing as a good guy with a gun stopping a bad guy with a gun. As we saw in Uvalde, we had trained officers that just sat there and watched those kids get massacred. So we ask you to pass this law, pass this bill, keep our state streets safe. And we want to thank everybody that's been advocating for this and made this bill possible, that fought so hard to get us to here. So please pass this bill. Mahalo.
Okay, thank you. Next is Building Owners and Managers Association.
Aloha Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is Gail Abrena-Goss. I serve as BOMA Hawaii's Government Affairs Committee Chair. BOMA Hawaii stands on its written testimony in support of SB 1230. We represent commercial property owners and managers in Hawaii who, like many others who have testified, have a compelling interest in protecting public safety. The properties we own and manage welcome and serve the public, often serving as a community gathering place for everyday life. The offices and places we work in, the grocery stores, the drugstores, and small businesses we patronize, the medical office we take our families to. We support the establishment of sensitive places. We support allowing owners of private property to choose whether they want to opt in to authorizing concealed carry on their properties, and also choose to opt in to providing signage on their properties for that. Our members work closely with law enforcement and safety and security specialists to educate our members and provide best practices on keeping tenants, visitors, customers, building staff safe. We believe supporting measures like this is another step we take in keeping our community safe. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on this measure.
Thank you. Next is Every Town for Gun Safety. On Zoom.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee. My name is Crystal Lopalato, and I serve as Policy Counsel for Every Town for Gun Safety. As you've heard, SB 1230 is a bill that is essential for keeping Hawaii communities protected from the risks imposed by the Supreme Court's decision in the Bruin versus New York State Rifle and Pistol Association case. As many of you probably know, for decades, Hawaii state law had strong criteria that had to be met before a person could be issued a concealed carry license. An applicant had to demonstrate that they had an exceptional case and a specific reason to fear injury before they were given a license to carry a hidden loaded gun in public. When the Bruin decision struck down New York's good cause requirement for concealed carry permits, the Supreme Court also invalidated Hawaii's exceptional case requirement, along with laws in several other states. Our team at Every Town has been working closely with the states whose laws were impacted by the Bruin ruling, and we've identified several key safety gaps that need to be filled in Bruin's wake. First, states like Hawaii now need to create detailed eligibility requirements for who can carry guns in public, with the goal of ensuring that anyone licensed to carry a gun in public has received proper safety training and that applicants have been carefully vetted under objective standards. And we need to see thoughtful delineation of where concealed carry license holders can and can't bring guns in public, including making sure that guns aren't allowed in places where they never belong, like playgrounds or bars or government buildings. This bill meets all of those needs, and it's written to be consistent within the constitutional boundaries of the Supreme Court's decision in Bruin. It includes robust due process protections for license denials and an opportunity to appeal those decisions. And I really just want to thank the Attorney General's office and the many legislative committees who have heard this bill for their careful and diligent work on this legislation. We urge your support of SB 1230. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you. Hawaii Firearms Coalition. Okay.
Hi.
Okay.
I apologize, I was not unmuted until just now.
Okay, please proceed.
Good evening, Chair, Vice Chair. Andrew Namiki Roberts for Hawaii Firearms Coalition. Hawaii Firearms Coalition has been involved in more than a dozen lawsuits in Hawaii over the last 5 years. And as the matter stands, we have not lost a single lawsuit. So when we turn around and say that we will file a lawsuit over this, it is something that is going to happen, whether the AG thinks that it's not or is going to. Realistically, the AG has everything to live by in this. Their job is to turn around and say that the laws that you pass can be defended and to agree with you. If you ask whether the AG would bet their job on this and say, I will resign if I can't defend this law, they're probably going to say, no, they can't defend it. What's said behind closed doors is something different to what's happening in public. This law is a direct response to the Bruin decision, and it's an attempt to keep the lawsuit going. There's many, many things in this law that are very disturbing. The first one that I should bring up is the fact that this law goes into effect on signing. The police departments need time to implement these policies and procedures. If you sign this law next week, the police departments are not ready to be able to issue permits and follow these instructions, collect these funds, and have this law ready. So you would have a case where people will just simply not be able to purchase firearms. They will not be able to register firearms. They will not be able to go through the process of getting a concealed carry license. We have seen this already. The Honolulu Police Department took 6 months from the Bruin decision to issuing its first concealed carry license because they had to go through a process. When you change these laws, every department is going to have another public hearing to go ahead and change their policies and procedures following the open records laws to be able to have these policies in place. This is not something that can happen overnight. So at a bare minimum, this law should be pushed back into at least January of next year to give the police departments to have a procedure in place. We are also against the fees that are being charged. We're changing the fee structure. Instead of a one-time fee for the background check, we are now charging the $57.50 or whatever the Hawaii Criminal Justice Data Center charges for every single permit application. This fee is a one-time fee that's needed to enter people into the RAPBAC system and to perform the initial background checks. Collecting it beyond that is unnecessary because the fee and the process has already been done. All of the other checks that are done, the NICS check and the FBI checks, are all free. There's no cost to the police departments for that. So why are we now making it prohibitively more expensive every single time? The $150 licensing fee for 4 years, most states that have a high fee, it's only for the first time. Once you do a renewal, it's substantially less because there's less work to be done. The documentation has already been collected. There's many, many things in this bill which have already been ruled on by other courts, such as the requirement to disclose that they are carrying a firearm, or the requirement to show a license upon contact with a police officer. That's already been looked at by other courts. We've already know that a police officer cannot come up to you and ID you without probable cause that you've committed a crime. Why are we adding these unconstitutional requirements into this bill, making it more likely that a person is going to have a case for a lawsuit on something that has no effect on public safety? We're hearing businesses, we're hearing these organizations talking about there's no such thing as a good guy with a gun. We call 911 because the police department has a gun. If somebody walks into a school or somebody walks into a church or somebody walks into a business and decides that they're going to commit a heinous act, they're already disregarding the fact that it's illegal to shoot somebody. It's illegal to murder somebody. What is this law going to achieve? It's already illegal to do these things. Going into these areas is a secondary charge. Most likely these people have gone in there knowing that they're going to be killed by the police department anyway. The only people affected by this law are going to be the law-abiding citizens like myself, who have gone through a background check, have gone through a mental health check, have gone through a waiting period, have registered their firearms, and are going through the legal process to be able to follow these laws. I really do hope that you take a look at the effects of what this bill actually does. By strengthening Hawaii's gun laws to the point where it's impossible for them to be constitutional, impossible for a law-abiding citizen to follow, it is going to open them up for lawsuits. These lawsuits are going to lead to more case law that I think are going to weaken stuff that is already working in Hawaii, such as the mental health checks and the background check process. These are things that are going to be weakened by the fact that we can now bring a lawsuit against some of this stuff. it's disturbing that, you know, by being so anti-gun, that we're going to go ahead and weaken our gun laws just to try and prove a point on an undefendable law. I really do hope that you take this to heart and understand that just being anti-gun to be anti-gun is not going to help. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next is Haleola Spa and Apoth. Carrie? Ilima de Costa.
Mahalo. I just wanted to take this time to thank the committee for hearing SB 1230. As a Native Hawaiian business owner, a volunteer with Moms Demand Action, and as a mother who has actually lost an adult child to gun violence, I stand in support of SB 1230. And I just wanted to speak real briefly to this notion about being anti-gun. I am not anti-gun or anti-firearm. I am anti-gun violence. I want to see people's lives preserved, and I believe that the way that we can help to preserve lives and help preserve public health and safety is through the passage of measures like SB 1230. So I thank the committee, I thank everyone in attendance, and I urge the passage of this measure. Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify. I wish you all the very best day. Aloha.
Thank you. Next up is Michael Rice.
Hello, Michael Rice, testifying in opposition to this bill. As mentioned, there's so many things wrong with this bill. One in particular is I can conceal carry to a bus, but I cannot conceal carry my firearm on the bus. I would have to take it out of my holster, unload it, put it in a hard-sided case, and lock it. I did a demonstration of this about 2 weeks ago during previous testimony, and one of the representatives said he felt threatened by what I did. And he's 25 miles away from me through a computer screen. What's it gonna be like when I'm at the bus stop and somebody's 5 feet away from me and I, pull out my gun, do all this acrobatic stuff and put it away? They're gonna call the police on me. I'm gonna lose my gun rights just because I brandished my gun while I was trying to comply with the law. So it backs me into a catch-22. Which law do I break? Do I catch a misdemeanor for carrying my concealed gun on the bus, on my person? Do I catch a misdemeanor for brandishing my gun as I try to comply with the law? Do I, not to mention when I'm outside somebody's property and they don't allow guns on there, I'm gonna have to do this on the sidewalk, pull out my gun, do all this stuff, get the police called on me while I go in, and then, there's no specification on it if I can actually bring my handgun with me in the locked case into the place of business. I don't have some place to store it because I rely mostly upon the bus. I mean, do I leave it on the sidewalk? That's a horrible idea. And getting back to the bus, if I have my case with me, even if nobody calls the police on me, there's a chance that somebody can wrestle it away from me, in which case they'll have an unregistered gun that they got for free. Or if I accidentally leave it on the bus because, I'm carrying 3 things, trying to finagle them around, I put it down to, rearrange it and I forget it, then now there's a gun floating out there. So does this really make anybody safe? The safest place for my gun is on my hip. Nobody knows it's there, and if they should know it's there and try to take it from me, I can prevent that. Thank you very much. I stand the rest of my testimony.
Okay, thank you very much. Next is Laurie Fujimoto. Okay, next is Marcus Tanaka.
Hello, can you guys hear me okay?
We can hear you.
Okay. You guys are the finance committee, right? So you're concerned about finance, things with money. So, just last Friday, the employee lost a lawsuit that for a UIPA document request. We gotta pay the plaintiff's attorney $69,000 now because that lawsuit was not in good faith. And that was to a gun company. Just for a document, emails, paper, things like that. So that's another lawsuit that Hawaii has not won, which is what Mr. Roberts said, that Hawaii hasn't really won a lawsuit since Hawaii Firearms started suing. And this is going to cost not only the amount, the $70,000 has to be paid out, it's $69,000 plus 400 documents or whatever, for $70,000 a month, you know. It also is going to be the amount of hours the Attorney General has to spend defending against this lawsuits, where they can, I'm sure they can spend these hours against actual criminals or doing other things, not worry about law-abiding citizens. Law-abiding citizens pass all the background checks, the mental health checks, things like that. You know, Attorney General brings on a team because they know they're going to get sued from the Second Amendment people. So now they got to bring on a team of Second Amendment attorneys, create a whole new division just so they can fight against this more lawsuits. So again, it's not only the cost that would be awarded, but the hours that are put in, plus benefits that have to be paid, and all things related to monetary and finance, which is what your guys' division, your guys' committee is for, is we can spend our tax dollars on other stuff, like actual fighting crime, you know, from the homeless population, you know, funding schools. We can spend our tax dollars on so many other things, and now we got to pay another lawsuit because we lost again. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Next is Rochelle Logan. Okay, is there anyone else wishing to testify on this measure? Please come forward. Okay, we'll go in order.
Angela Melody Young, testifying in strong support. So, gun rights. It's caused a robust discussion, and you know, I personally have heard people say things that I didn't know was legal in public assembly. And in China, where I'm from, if you say something bad about your political leaders, it's not good. And when two Canadians came to visit Honolulu, Hawaii during Christmas, I talked to them and they said they wanted to see the place where people fight. And I said, oh, the third floor or the auditorium at the state capitol? And then I thought, I hope this is not what the USA is known for, fighting. So I hope people can choose their words wisely, and especially during this discussion, and this is something I have to try to do too. If it's not something you'd say to your mother, don't say it. Democracy was always meant to be a conversation. It was never meant to be a fight. So gun rights. There's a duality that exists within the parameters of the law, and a duality within the Constitution, and a duality about our nation. It is and it isn't. You can and you can't. And this duality is not a contradiction or a conflict of opposing ideas or statements, but rather it is a condition of two contrasting concepts existing at the very same time. This term duality can be described in the two contrasting elements presented in an image of the starry night sky. It highlights both the darkness and light to juxtapose the brightness and brilliance of the stars and Venus against the darkness of the facility the artist painted his most famous piece in. So you're free to own a gun, but you do not have the freedom to use the gun whenever and however you want. Our nation is divided into states where each state sets their own laws, but we are called the USA, and we're supposed to operate in unison. It is and it isn't. While Congress passed a historic bipartisan Safer Communities Act to protect communities from guns, the Supreme Court passes 2 rulings to unrestrict gun access. While lower courts are obligated to rule in favor of a precedent set by the Supreme Court, Congress is not obligated to act in accordance to the Supreme Court. In fact, Congress and the President can check when they believe the justices have exceeded their mandate. The intention of the creation of 3 branches is so that they can check and balance each other, because they're each equally as valuable. And one was never meant to they were meant to provide in their unique capacities for one another, because one does what the other cannot. And the checking and the balancing is not in defiance, because the intention of our founding fathers was a balanced system of 3 branches. So we're in America, and you know, each citizen raises their concerns, and then we vote and majority wins. At the city, Bill 57, it did get enacted as an ordinance, And so we are in support of this, the sensitive locations measure here at the Capitol. Yeah, so thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Okay, thank you very much. Please come forward.
Thank you, Chair Yamashita, Vice Chair Kitagawa, and members. I apologize. I thought the testimony got in, but we'll give our testimony to the clerk outside. Members, thank you for being here on this long day. I just wanted to testify in support of this bill. And if you have any questions, I'll be here on behalf of the Department of Transportation. But once again, thank you. It's been a long day, and we appreciate all of you being here. Thank you.
Okay, we apologize. We have your testimony. Okay, please come forward.
Yeah,
Good afternoon, Chair Yamashita, Vice Chair Kitagawa, and committee members. Major Eric Yosemori, Honolulu Police Department Records and Identification Division. We support the intent of this bill, and we'll be standing on our written testimony that we submitted today. I'm available for any questions for the committee.
Yeah, thank you. We appreciate it. Please.
Aloha, my name is Brian Tenhero, and I stand on my written testimony submitted in opposition to SB 1230. I understand that it's been a long day, so I'll keep it short. And Representatives, I urge you that you consider the financial burden that is we place on your constituents. As probably already briefed on earlier, there is a added cost to going through the permits for this process, and especially when you look at the increased cost of the proposed CCW license fee increase. I understand you're citing increases in costs to doing investigations, but remember that that cost is being borne by the constituent, not by the entity requesting this cost. In corollary, another concern I found on the current revision was found in section 12. When you look at the last around the 69 page mark, or within the 60 pages, it specifies that the legislature is trying to create a forward lean for an overturn of the Bruin decision, and we understand that yes, there's different branches of the government, and that decisions could be possibly overturned. But seeing that it's not overturned yet, and that we have the Bruin decision as it stands now, I urge you to not try to create projected policy that's not even germane with current reality. That's all I have to say. If you have any questions, feel free to ask, and be here for the rest of the hearing. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you very much. Anyone else wishing to testify? Okay, members' questions? Representative Ward.
Attorney General, please. Thank you for a very comprehensive written testimony. You listed 2 pages of bullets that say you can't do it here, here, and there. So the question would be, where can it be carried versus I see the multiple places you can. So turn it on its head, if you will, please.
Sure. So there are this list, and so just kind of off the top of my head, I've got a few things that I can kind of talk about. First of all public streets, public sidewalks, certain wilderness areas, all manners of private property with the consent of the owner. And this includes basically any private property, not a government building, but something basically that is private, whether commercial or otherwise, or with the consent of the owner on any other property. Certain unimproved state land, areas for hunting, your automobile consistent with requirements, churches, just for an example, consistent with private property provisions. And so that's an incomplete list, but this is just some of the things that I was able to kind of devise.
Okay, which brings to question, generally when there's, thank God we have not had an active shooter in Hawaii, or at least there was a quasi one on Nimitz Highway some time ago. But generally they are in areas that are populated, which the good guy with the gun is in at least some instances a very helpful incident. But you said there were no studies. Why is that? There's not studies for that.
Studies
Studies that say that the good guy with the gun actually prevented more of these things from going really preserved?
I believe that somebody else said that. I'm not sure what studies or lack of studies that they were
Okay,
referring to.
I guess there's not documentation of that. Anyways, thank you, Mr. Attorney General. I have a HPD question, if I may, Chair.
Please.
HPD. It was stated earlier that you or the department may or may not be ready for this in terms of timing. Do you have any comment on that comment? Like, if it passes immediately, would you guys be ready to, ratchet up and implement it?
Oh, not by tomorrow, but then we'll be ready. If this bill passes, then we'll be ready.
You'll be ready for it?
Yes.
Second question is the city ordinance comparable synchronically together on this, or is it very different? I haven't seen the city one, so I don't know that one as well.
There are some differences between the city bill and this bill.
Big ones, small ones, any examples? Or do we have to bring the AG back again?
Well, I know just of one that I could point out, which is there's a measurable distance between I think this one says within 1,000 feet, but then of a like a gathering, but then the city one says like 100 feet. But yeah, I'm sorry, I don't have the differences.
Distances.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. And truly, you are the good guy with the gun, by the way.
Yes,
Thank you.
yes,
Thank you
I
for
am.
your service.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Representative Ayub.
For HPD, in 2022, or if you know a year, what is the total number of like gun-related crimes in a particular year? Or 2022 or 2021, do you have that number?
No, I'm sorry, but we can get the number for you. After.
Okay, and I guess my follow-up question is, of those gun violence crimes, how many of those were committed by people who actually had gun licenses versus, not gun licenses?
Yeah, sorry, I don't have those statistics with me today.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions?
I guess I would pose the same question to the Attorney
Okay.
General's office. Do you have that number?
Yeah, proceed.
So, the question was about gun statistics?
Yes.
No, I don't have that number.
Okay.
That would be something that would, I believe, be something that the various police departments would have.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Further questions? Okay, members, we're gonna recess with this decision make. It's gonna be about half an hour. Thank you. Recess.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, we're going to reconvene our Committee on Finance for decision-making on both our agendas. First up is our 155 agenda, Senate Bill 398 SD1 HD1. Recommendation is that we're going to be blanking out the FTE, redefecting the effective date to 6/30/3000 and tech. Any discussion? Vice Chair for the vote.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass SB 398 SD1 HD1 with amendments. Chair and Vice Chair vote aye. Representative Ayub.
Aye.
Representative Chun. Representative Cochran.
Aye.
Representative Garrett.
Aye.
Representative Kahaloa.
Aye.
Representative Keela.
Aye.
Representative Kobayashi. Representative Lamosal.
Aye.
Representative Morikawa. Representative Nishimoto is excused. Representative Poi Poi.
Aye.
Representative Takenouchi.
Aye.
Representative Alcos.
Aye.
Representative Ward.
Aye.
Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, thank you. Senate Bill 941 SD2 HD1 as is. Discussion. Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass SB 941 SD2 HD1 as is, noting the excused absence of Representative Nishimoto, who will be marked excused for the rest of this agenda. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, thank you. Senate Bill 1044 SD2 HD2 as is. Discussion. Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass SB 1044 SD2 HD2 as is. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, thank you very much, members. We're going to move on to the next agenda, our 2 p.m. agenda. First up is Senate Bill 833 SD2 HD2. We're going to be moving it out as an HD3, blanking out the FTE and tech. Any discussion? Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass SB 833 SD2 HD2 with amendments, noting the presence of all members except Representative Nishimoto, who will be marked excused for the rest of this agenda. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, thank you. Moving to Senate Bill 1136 SD1 HD1 as is. Discussion. Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass SB 1136 SD1 HD1 as is. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, thank you. We're moving on to Senate Bill 894 SD2 HD1. We're going to be moving this out as an HD2, redefecting the effective date to 6/30/3000 and tech. Any discussion? Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass SB 894 SD2 HD1 with amendments. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, thank you. We're moving on to Senate Bill 725 SD2 HD1. We're going to be moving this out, members, as an HD2. We're going to blank out the FTE. I know there's problems with it, but we're going to move it out for further discussion. And then defect it to 6/33,000 and some technical amendments. Discussion. Representative Garrett.
Thank you, Chair. In committee, in the subject matter committee, LGO, I did vote WR, even as the vice chair. I did the same for second reading. I'll be consistent. I'll vote WR in committee at this point, but I really think this is a solution in search of a problem. There's no inherent right to telework. If employees are not performing, the simple solution is to call them back, not to implement a potential $3 million system. So, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Understand. Any further discussion? Okay, Representative Ayub. Okay, thank you. Any further? Representative Lamosal.
Same request, Chair.
Okay,
you.
thank you. Anyone else?
Same request.
Same request for Representative Keela, Representative Kahaloa, Representative Chan. Anyone else? Representative Takenouchi and Representative Poi Poi. Anyone else? WR. Thank you. Anybody else? Okay, Vice Chair for the vote.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass SB 725 SD2 HD1 with amendments, noting the reservations of Representatives Ayu, Chun, Garrett, Kahaloa, Keela, Lamosal, Poi Poi, Takenouchi, and Alcos. Are there any additional reservations? Are there no's? Okay, Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, thank you very much. Moving on to Senate Bill 784 SD1 HD2 as is. Any discussion? Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass SB 784 SD1 HD2 as is. Are there any reservations? Any no's? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Thank you. Senate Bill 1522 SD2 HD1. We're moving on to the HD2, blanking out the dollar amount and blanking the FTE and tech. Discussion. Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass SB 1522 SD2 HD1 with amendments. Are there any reservations? Any no's? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, moving on to Senate Bill 682, SD1, HD1. We're going to be moving this out as an HD2. We're going to be redefecting the effective date and tech. I know, members, that there is some question as to is this a good measure to move forward. I think we're going to be moving this out just to have further discussion on it. Yeah, and we're going to just redefecting it to move it forward. Any discussion? Vice Chair for the vote.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass SB 682 SD1 HD1 with amendments. Are there any reservations? Reservations by Representative Alcos. Any additional reservations? Any reservations by Representative Ward? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, thank you. Moving to Senate Bill 182, SD1, HD1, as is. Discussion. Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass SB 182 SD1 HD1 as is. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, thank you. Moving to Senate Bill 1076, SD2, HD1. We're going to be moving this out as an HD2. Redefecting the effective date to 6/30/3000 and tech. Vice Chair. Any discussion? Okay, Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass SB 1076 SD2 HD1 with amendments. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, thank you. Moving to Senate Bill 1005, SD2 HD1, as is. Any discussion? Representative Ward.
Chair, for the sake of my National Committeeman colleague in the room, I'm going to vote with reservations as data is collected and the efficacy of what has been testified will be tested. Thank you.
Okay, so noted. Any further discussion? Okay, Vice Chair for the vote.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass SB 1005 SD2 HD1 as is, noting the reservations of Representative Ward. Are there additional reservations? Representative Alcos, are there additional reservations? Are there any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, thank you. Moving to Senate Bill 627 HD1. We're going to be moving this out as an HD2. Defecting the effective date and tech. Any discussion? Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass SB 627 HD1 with amendments. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Thank you. Moving to Senate Bill 51 SD1 HD1 as is. Discussion. Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass SB 51 SD1 HD1 as is. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, thank you very much, members. We're moving on to Senate Bill 1543 SD2 HD1. We're going to be moving this out as an HD2, blanking out the $3 million amount.
30.
$30 million. Yeah.
$30
$30 million
million.
amount. And then blanking out the FDE, redefecting the effective date to 6/30/3000 and tech. Members, I know that there was some discussion as to safeguards that need to be put in place and where the money would come from. So, but I think it's something that all of us want to have a fair process. So I think we just keep this measure going for further discussion. Representative Ward.
Question, Chair. When the one representative, I think from the Big Island, says, look, we're going to run a full race at $20,000, was that accurate?
Well, I'm not sure. That's why we're going to blanket and keep the discussion moving.
Pretty low for a competitive race, actually.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Agreed. Okay, further discussion. Okay.
Yeah, Chair,
Representative Roy
just my concern is that, where is the money going to come from? And it's just not fair to the public. They need to understand what this is all about. But public financing is definitely a good thing. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Representative Ward.
And Chair, to the Chair's question about is there a stomach, or I forget, is there an appetite for this? And when I ask for the number of people who check the box and the amount of money, it looks like the cupboard is kind of bare in this public financing that the public doesn't seem to want to participate in necessarily. Well, we'll see.
Yes, thank you. Further discussion. Okay, Vice Chair for the vote.
Okay, recommendation of the chair is to pass SB 1543 SD2 HD1 with amendments. Are there any reservations? Reservations by Representative Alcos and Representative Ward. Are there additional reservations? Are there any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, thank you very much. Moving on to Senate Bill 1230 SD2 HD2. We're going to be moving this out as is. Members, this is going to be a clean bill. Any discussion?
I have a comment, Chair.
Yes.
And I believe in all the bills that we're pushing for this year, but I've voted no On similar measures, and I just will vote no again. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any further discussion? Okay, Vice Chair for the vote.
Recommendation of the chairs to pass SB 1230 SD2 HD1 as is. Are there any reservations? Reservations by Representative Alcos. Are there additional reservations? Reservations by Representative Ward. Okay, noting the, reservations by Representative Lamosal. Additional reservations. Okay, noting the no vote of Representative Kila, are there additional no votes? Okay, Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, thank you very much, members. We are adjourned. We have one more hearing, which will be the Senate results, and then finance is done. Thank you. We are adjourned.